Y'all will go ahead and be seated. I want to convene the July quarterly meeting of the Coordinating Board to order.
Hey, good morning, Neil.
How you doing? We have everybody here today. Almost.
I guess there's nobody between us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trying to do my best to start this meeting on time. Those of y'all who have been in this audience for a number of months realize that we still operate under the Jerry Farrington rule. And we have Mr. Farrington in our presence this morning.
Should we all stand?
Yeah. we may need to, Mr. Adams. First of all, I want to remind everybody, especially the board members, that we're broadcast over the internet, so you need to behave yourself. Everybody, I wasn't picking you out, Warren.
What are we talking about?
Before we get to Jerry, I would like to make an announcement that we do have a new board member that has taken Mr. Farrington's place. Unfortunately, does not be able to be with us this morning, but it's Fred Heldenfeld from Austin. Fred was able to join us last night at a little going away party that we had for Jerry, and if the board looks a little bleary-eyed this morning, we kept Jerry up till about 7:30 or quarter to 8 last night. What I'd like to do at this time, and Jerry, Neil, and I have lobbied the board, and we think we have the votes on this resolution, but I would like to call on our secretary to read our resolution. Madam Secretary.
This is really an honor for us to be able to honor Jerry today. We just don't have enough accolades for all of you who've had the pleasure to work with him during his tenure on the board that's out there in the audience, as well as those of us on the board that have been on for quite a while, the old-timers, as we call ourselves, and the new ones that have just come on that have not gotten to know Jerry as well. He was an incredible leader and a great friend to education throughout the state of Texas. Therefore, we would like to present a resolution to Jerry. Whereas Jerry Farrington was appointed to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board by Governor Rick Perry on October 24th, 2001. Oh, how quickly time flies. And whereas Mr. Farrington served on the Coordinating Board's Institutional Effectiveness and Excellence, Legislative Relations, Research Programs, Agency Operations, and Strategic Planning Committees during his tenure on the Coordinating Board. And whereas Mr. Farrington served as chairman of the Coordinating Board from 2003 to 2005, exercising strong, effective, and efficient leadership to the board, heavy on the efficient part of its staff and the rest of the Texas higher education community. And whereas Mr. Farrington's legacy includes his vital leadership role on the search committee to select a new Texas Commissioner of Higher Education, to guide the state's efforts to close the gaps in participation, success, excellence, and research. And whereas Mr. Farrington's service on the Coordinating Board was marked by his special knowledge and understanding of the issues across a wide range of Coordinating Board responsibilities, as well as the thoughtful and fair-minded approach, allowing a much wider application of his considerable common sense in making the best possible decisions. And whereas Mr. Farrington helped guide Texas higher education policy not only through his service on the Coordinating Board, but as a member of the 78th Texas Legislature's Joint Interim Committee on Higher Education. And whereas as chairman of the Coordinating Board, Mr. Farrington was also known to some other members as Bulldog Farrington for his previously unheard of ability to run Coordinating Board meetings on time and on schedule, a talent we seem to have lost. Your turn will come. The zealous precision of an experienced, trained coordinator with the Swiss watch in his hand. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Higher Education Coordinating Board on this 20th day of July 2006 express our deepest appreciation to Mr. Jerry Farrington for his distinguished service to this board and his unswerving dedication to higher education for all the people of Texas. And be it further resolved that the resolution be included in the minutes and that a copy of the resolution signed by the members of this board be presented to Mr. Farrington in recognition and high esteem in which he is held. And we have a lovely, really nice copy, not this marked up one that I have, to present to you after it is framed.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Are there any additions, corrections to that resolution? The chair would entertain a motion for the adoption. Motion made by Mr. Adams, second by Mr. Hinton. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Jerry? I would be more than happy to give you 45 seconds to say.
45 seconds.
Come on up here.
Well, it really has gone downhill. But you all keep with him. This boy's smart and he can learn. Well, it was a great pleasure the years that I had on the coordinating board, and all of you all, everybody in this room, is what made it that way. We had our fusses and we had our good times together, but it's a wonderful time, and Governor Perry has just done an outstanding job of appointments to this board, and I see my replacement's certainly a quality leader, and he is definitely from an upgrade from this old guy. But it's great to have been with you all. I know our paths will continue to cross in various ways, and I've enjoyed it, and I'd say to the board, you all are absolutely a great board, and Bob Shepard to lead it. We are so fortunate to have Bob, because the 2 years that I was chairman, it really wasn't me as chairman, it was us as chairman. Bob and I worked very closely, and we're all very fortunate to have Bob's leadership. And I apologize, I'm going to drive on back to Dallas. I've heard some of this stuff before. But thank you all for everything you've done for me for this time. Thank you all.
Jerry, the great thing about being chairman is I can have the last word, and I know I speak on behalf of all the board. We do appreciate your mentoring, your advice. Some of the newcomers may not realize that you've been around. You served on North Texas Board, as mentioned, and on the original Closing the Gaps committee. So your guidance and your hand has been in this for a long time. I thank you personally for my mentoring during the years. I know we'll continue to try to have the Farrington rule in effect for at least a little longer. And I do feel like before you leave, I need to ask the commissioner to say a few words, because I know he wants to. You were obviously the one that hired him, along with a little help, but obviously led us in that endeavor. Raymond?
I'll keep it brief, Jerry. It's been a great pleasure and privilege for me to begin my tenure at the coordinating board under Jerry Farrington. He is He's a very wise and decent man, and exercised his authority with a light hand and with great integrity. And he does have the extraordinary skill, which is not common in higher education, to explain complex issues in simple terms. We typically do the opposite. We take simple issues and make them more complex than they need to be. Jerry has a skill of cutting to the heart of an issue and making it intelligible to all of us, and he's made many of the decisions we had to make clear on the basis of integrity and what is in the best interest of the students of Texas. So I've had a wonderful time serving with him, and I look forward to maintaining a relationship and a friendship with Jerry. Thank you very much, Jerry.
Thank you.
Drive carefully, and do you have your keys?
I got them in my hand. Good. Well, you sat next to Whit. He kept them last night.
I kept them. That's why I kept them in my hand. For those of you that don't know, at one of the recent meetings, my car keys went to Tyler. Quit. My car was sitting out in front. You're already 10
We're 10 minutes behind. The committee chairs will pick up that pace, I know. Let's go to the first item of business, which is the approval of the minutes of our April 20th meeting. Do I hear a motion for approval of those minutes made by Laurie Bricker, seconded by Curtis Hanson? Any discussion on those? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We have another set of minutes to approve, and that was the special called meeting of May the 19th. You also have those minutes as well. Are there any additions, corrections to those? The chair would entertain a motion for their approval. Motion made by Nancy Neal, seconded by Paul Foster. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Mr. Adams?
You need to show me abstaining on the May 19th meeting, so I was not present.
Okay. In case somebody didn't hear that, please show Mr. Adams abstaining on that vote. He was not present at the meeting. Okay. The next item is our consent item. As you know, every quarter, those non-controversial items that we can approve without comment or discussion. Obviously save time for our other more important items. You have a green sheet in front of you for those items. Are there any items on our consent calendar that any board member would like to remove at this point? If not, the chair will entertain a motion for the approval of the consent calendar. Motion made by Mr. Ryder, seconded by Elaine Mendoza. Discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Our next item on the agenda is where we start all of our coordinating board meetings, and that's our major policy discussion. At this meeting, we're going to talk about strategic planning to help us achieve closing the gaps. And at this point in time, I would like to call on Commissioner Bodetas to give us his views and to lead us in that discussion. Commissioner? You're only 7 minutes behind. No. I don't want you to feel any pressure. I certainly don't.
Well, I'll keep my remarks brief. I'd like to, as I speak, I'd like to invite our presenters to come up to the table. While they're coming up here, let me give you a little background. I had the pleasure of teaching a course at the University of Texas in the School of Education this past spring semester. I enjoy getting back to the classroom from time to time, and I think it's important for higher education administrators to do that whenever it's possible, because I think it reacquaints us with what ought to be our most important consideration in higher education, and that, of course, is the education and well-being of students. I taught a course. I was invited to teach a course, and I thought about a topic, and I said, well, as a lot of professors do, you pick courses to teach that revolve around issues that are important to you, and you know that if you didn't have the pressure of teaching the course on the subject, you might not give as serious attention to the issue as you would like. And teaching a course in a particular subject is a way of forcing ourselves to think seriously about it. So I agreed to teach a course on higher education strategic planning. I had the pleasure of having 7 very strong students in the course. We also had another student who audited the course and participated to a large extent. But the course had 7 students, all of whom are professional educators. We had students, one of whom was the deputy director of libraries at Baylor. We had one of the members of the class was a senior administrator at Austin Community College. We had several students from the University of Texas at Austin campus, two actually from the UT system, and it was a very strong group. All of these students are as I say, graduate students. Most of them are close to beginning work on their dissertations. And the class project was to take a look at strategic planning for higher education in the state, an issue that I've talked about on a number of occasions. And I said to the class that if you do a good job on your term project, which is to develop an outline, a blueprint for strategic planning in higher education in the state, then I will ask the chair of the board if you can make a presentation to the board. I think it's important to highlight the work of students in our colleges and universities, and I think it's important to see the high quality of intellect that we have in our institutions and the high quality of work that they can produce. So I've asked the students to come here this morning and talk about their vision for higher education strategic planning in Texas. And after their presentation, I invite you to ask questions and make comments. I will turn it over. I don't know who's going to start off first. Rob? Terry? Terry, I'll turn it over to you, and why don't you introduce your fellow speakers, and I will sit down, and remember, we're on a clock.
In respect to the clock, I'm going to let each speaker introduce themselves. I'll start by introducing myself. I'm Terry Wilson. I'm the Associate Vice President for Community and School Relations at the University of Texas at Austin, and third-year doctoral student at the university. I want to thank Commissioner Paredes for giving us the opportunity to come out and present today, as well as the board members. We worked very hard on this project. We didn't always see eye to eye on the various issues, but I think we came to a consensus on what we would put forward today. First slide, please. The challenge that we had was looking at best practices, really, in terms of putting together a strategic plan. We went into this knowing that the state of Texas had a master plan with closing the gaps for 2015. We reviewed that document, and then we reviewed documents from a number of other states looking at their practices as it related to the issues we felt were going to be important. The deliverable that we produced as a result of this was a paper that we gave to the commissioner at the conclusion of the course. The environmental changes that impacted our thinking were the demographic changes, and we don't have to go into any depth with you on this. All of you are aware of the work that Steve Murdoch does on the changing demographics of the state of Texas and what that means for the future. And in fact, closing the gaps was designed around those changes. Technological changes, the use of the internet and online capability in terms of the delivery of curriculum and other services that educators can make available to the general public and to people within the education community via the internet. the financial changes, the cost of college, and how that's impacting not only access to college, but preparation and success issues as well. And then the political scrutiny. More and more, the legislature is asking and demanding accountability for the outcomes of what colleges and universities are doing, as well as community colleges, as well as P through 12, and then the impact of academic standards and priorities. As a result of that process of going through all of this, we found that the state of Texas was not unique in many of its approaches to the problem. There were other states doing things that Texas is doing, but we found that Texas is indeed ahead of the curve in terms of the reform movement. An example of that is the high school recommended curriculum. There are other states that are doing that, but I think we were ahead of the curve in terms of most states. But here are our list of the critical issues that we identified after looking at a number of states' plans. And each of our presenters will comment on different aspects of this. I'm going to begin by commenting on P through 16. Actually, during the course of the class, the legislature was in special session and was dealing with House Bill 1. And the bill wasn't enacted until after our class had concluded. What we found interesting, that a lot of the things that were contained in House Bill 1, we had looked at in our study: the alignment of curriculum, developing vertical teams, the 4x4 curriculum, where we would be going to 4 years of math, 4 years of science, 4 years of English, and 4 years of social studies. All of those kinds of issues we had looked at in our study, and so we are recommending that as a result that all of the elements and components embedded in House Bill 1 be implemented, and be implemented as quickly as possible. The other thing that we suggested here is that I've left my glasses in the car. Yes, counseling, I'm sorry. The other thing that we looked at was counseling, and this is something I'm really big on. We felt that while counselors are doing, I'm sure, the best that they can in the middle and senior or high schools, they simply need more help. We came up with a plan recommending that there be a partnership between schools and districts and the business community and civic organizations, where these groups would coalesce and help the schools in their counseling efforts. We also recommend that each of the educational service centers hire a director of counseling, whose job it would be to go around and develop these partnerships, whereby these businesses would be aiding these schools in the counseling process. And by that we mean students would be shown not only what curriculum they were going to be taking, whether it's in the 8th grade, we don't have to worry about as a result of HB 1144, the high school recommended curriculum, they're going to all be taking the standardized curriculum, but showing them how their curriculum connects to their career objectives and opportunities, bringing these professionals into the classroom, and in fact taking students out in the field to see what kind of opportunities they have there. So that was one of the things we were looking at. We also want to expand the school year from the current 180 to 185 days to 200 days that allow more days for academics, and would allow for more of these types of activities like this counseling to take place without having to take away from the days that students are already engaged in testing and the other kind of activities that they are engaged in. I want to go back a minute and just talk briefly about the expanding the pre-K schools. We had a section on developmental education, and we know that Texas has a aggressive pre-K program, but there are other states, and we're recommending that Texas go to a universal pre-K where it's offered to all students that are 4 or 5 years old, and not just those that are homeless or unable to speak English and so forth. There are other states like Florida and California and New York that are offering comprehensive universal developmental education programs for 4 and 5 years old. That concludes my portion of the presentation.
Next slide. Good morning. My name is Matt Orm. I'm also a graduate student in higher education administration, and I run college access programs for the UT system. Our research and frankly all the research shows that a college-educated society is safer, healthier, and richer. To support achieving state goals in participation and success, it is our position that every person in Texas should understand the benefits of higher education and recognize college financial aid opportunities. A recent Harris Interactive study found that nearly half of all parents with incomes less than $25,000 a year have no idea of the most basic sources of financial aid. Minority families expressed a greater need for financial aid information, with 66% of the African American parents and 62% of Hispanic parents saying they do not have enough information. 62% of all parents did not name grants as a source of financial aid. Importantly, more than 25% of young adults in this survey who were not in college would have been more likely to attend if they had better information about financial aid. Texas demographic trends show an increasing number of low-income students who may be academically prepared for college. Many of these families have no history of college participation, and unfortunately, relatively few of these new students attend college. Our national surveys have found that a significant reason for this disparity is that families with few resources significantly overestimate the cost of college and underestimate the aid available. With a finite amount of time and resources to help reverse this trend, it is important to support activities that are most likely to improve educational achievement for low-income students. Specific programs must address specific needs. There's a particular awareness and trust gap regarding financial aid for college in low-income communities. And for this reason, we recommend a scheduled 8th through 12th grade statewide public awareness, direct mail, and communications campaign to raise the level of financial literacy and awareness about the benefits of an education and the availability of financial aid. Closely related to increasing awareness is our suggestion for the state to adopt a policy of early award notification for state grant and work-study eligibility. For many low-income families, the required free application for federal student aid is as opaque as its acronym, FAFSA. The FAFSA award notification arrives too late to positively influence student preparation for college, and the state has been bound by this complex federal program to determine Texas grant and work-study awards. It is possible for Texas to not depend on the FAFSA to make early award offerings for low-income students. A program similar to Indiana's 21st Century Scholars Program, which notifies students of their grant eligibility in 7th and 8th grade, might be an appropriate model to address the urgency of opening the doors to college for more low-income Texans. As a strategy of delivery, it is necessary that Texas financial aid programs target students with the most need. Academic state grant programs like Georgia's Hope Scholarship Program may not be effective in Texas in increasing access for the growing low-income population and may misdirect resources to those who already have the desire and the ability to attend college. According to coordinating board reports, at current levels of Texas grant funding, 149,000 needy students will not receive this assistance over the next 5 years due to funding shortfalls. In this strapped environment, we suggest that the state develop strategic methods of awarding financial aid. One possible approach might be to look at the benefits of stacking the Texas Grant and the Beyond Time loan programs. The idea is that Texas Grant would increase participation in the first 2 years of college, while the Beyond Time program would encourage timely graduation thereafter. The greater reliance on loans in funding and education in Texas is also a major concern. Of the $4.46 billion in student aid awarded last year in Texas, 59% came in the form of student loans. That's a lot of loans. Studies have shown that failing to meet academic standards is an indicator for both decreased graduation rates and increased student loan default rates. The case can be made that a student receiving loans and dropping out of college may be worse off than a student not going to college at all. But students participating in state and federal work-study programs generally have higher retention rates, higher GPAs, and a greater sense of satisfaction with the college experience.
Matt, can we ask you a couple of questions? Because if we run through all this,
it's going to be
I might not be able to write fast enough, and I may not be able to remember. But I'm curious, when you talk about the data, and you had mentioned that I believe 61%
right.
of the minority communities don't even know financial aid's available. Tell me how y'all went about that. Did you?
Well, that actually was a nationwide survey conducted by Harris Interactive, and commissioned by the Sallie Mae Fund.
Okay.
And that was done in 2003.
And how much information do y'all actually have on the Indiana 21st Century?
Well, I have lots of information about the Indiana 21st Century Scholarship Program, but what do you want to know in particular?
Well, I was curious. I was curious about the privacy issues. I mean, you said they were able to reach all the way down into the seventh?
Seventh and eighth grade. Basically, students apply. They apply online. They sign a statement that they will, achieve things. They will stay in school, not do drugs and different things like that. And it's based on income. So I think the cutoff point is about $25,000, but it pays for tuition, fees, and books at any of the four-year institutions.
Okay. Laurie?
Yeah, did you do a follow-up or comparable on students that were on free and reduced lunch? We had a panel several months ago of financial aid advisors representing the various universities, and one of the things that struck me, and the question that I asked was, are students that are on free and reduced lunch the same students that would qualify for FAFSA? And if so, why aren't we using that in some way, shape, or form to make it, instead of opaque, make it transparent?
Right. And I think many states are actually looking at the same thing. And Indiana, I think, looked at that also. Free and reduced lunch, you would need to increase participation in free and reduced lunch, because actually there's a social stigma attached to that program that needs to be overcome. But there's no reason that putting a college carrot out there for participation might increase those levels of participation. I think it's definitely a promising way of identifying. I think at the federal level they're looking at a very simplified FAFSA that we all hope will come in place for low-income students. We know that application just doesn't really apply to those students.
Mr. Adams? Yeah, I was going to ask Professor Paredes if he required the students to reduce this information to writing in the form of a paper. If he did, can we get a copy of it?
Well, they've, as I understand it, they've been working on it considerably since they turned in their papers, because the course was over in mid-May. But I am quite certain that they would be happy to convert this into an actual report.
A lot of things have happened since May. House Bill 1 a significant part of reviewing the paper, and I've been working, and the paper's been working at updating that, but we get glad to provide you.
Yeah, well, I think it'd be helpful to have that available. It might be helpful to have that available on our website, a link that the other folks in the audience might have access to that as well.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, that's great.
I'll just Our last recommendation was to fully fund the Texas grant program, and this came after a lot of research and discussion about the political and fiscal viability of this discussion. But we feel that the Texas grant program is an important and highly visible commitment to education in the state, and with a strategy of incrementally increasing funding for this program of $150 million per year through the achievement of the goals set out in closing the gaps, the Texas grant might actually live up to its name of towards excellence, access, and success in college. So that's it for me.
My name is James Jones. I am a graduate student also. During the day, I'm a counselor at Florence High School, and I brought that perspective into the discussion here and hopefully made an impact based upon my work as a counselor and prior to that as a math teacher in public schools in Texas. Today, community colleges play a major role in higher education in Texas. One primary mission of colleges is to develop the workforce and offer a range of certification and licensed vocational programs throughout the state. But the community colleges are also the focus of those who cannot afford to attend a university after graduating from high school, non-traditional and returning students, and students who need instruction in subjects such as mathematics, English, and writing before entering the university. The coordinating board set a goal previously to strengthen the role of community colleges in Texas as a gateway to higher education and as a transition to baccalaureate education. Dual enrollment offers an opportunity to attain this goal. It is especially important for disadvantaged students because of the possible waiver of tuition and fees for dual credit courses. It allows students to take more rigorous college track courses and means that the state's colleges and universities to develop more transparent and flexible credit transfer systems. The 79th legislature approved a waiver of tuition and fees for dual credit enrollees and established a dual credit textbook fund and a 5 community college field test based on Senate Bill 151. Both of these actions made dual credit more attractive to high school students and their families as a means to reduce the cost of completing a 4-year program. Subsequently, though, the legislature did not authorize funds to implement the test. We recommend that the dual enrollment program with waivers of tuition and fees and accommodations for textbooks be implemented, funded, and expanded to every community college district in Texas. I'm a firm believer in this. My district has over 30 semester credit hours available for my students, of 328 in the high school. The expansion of the field test to include all 54 community and technical colleges and full funding of the program will also allow colleges to increase course offerings by underwriting the cost of higher education high school enrollees, funding by the coordinating board and TEA, as well as possible federal and state financial aid would help support this initiative. But not all dual credit courses must be academic. Community colleges provide a great benefit to our society through the technical programs that meet workforce needs, primarily through our tech prep programs. The state of Texas should increase support to high school technical programs by funding equipment purchases that support program growth. Additional funding could support quality technical and state-of-the-art equipment and programs made available to more students. We recommend that you expand the course offerings to include students from the lower end of the high school academic performance through cooperative agreements with the Texas Rehabilitation Commission and Adult Protective Services. The No Child Left Behind Act recognizes that there are some students who are not destined for high performance in universities and programs. We fund the top 10% for the first year. We should do the same for the other end of the scale. We recommend the use of Level 1 certificates in order to enhance the employability of students who have the capacity to work, but maybe not the ability to perform at college levels. Level 1 certificates in additional areas offer opportunities to these students that they may not have otherwise had. We recommend that we expand the workforce educational opportunities with Texas Workforce Commission to include total support services not limited by economic status, to include homeless support, to include homeless family programs that take care of the family while the breadwinner attends workforce retraining programs. I've seen this one work in action in the Bell County area. Integrate collaborative efforts with various public and non-public support groups for homeless, abused, and abandoned families and individuals. Provide integrated training opportunities. Allow public and non-public support groups to provide support other than educational training for students in need. We recommend we increase the number and diversity of educational offerings through greater use of distance education and interactive internet-based programs. Our diverse student base is not tied to the clock as we were or our ancestors. The 24/7, 365 culture requires community colleges to develop offerings to support readiness and willingness to pursue educational opportunities based upon that philosophy. The growing use of internet-based distance education for continuing education requirements is a fertile field of study for our community colleges. Next, there is a growing problem with Texas high school graduates, partially addressed by Senate Bill 1. But over 50% of the high school graduates, according to the coordinating board reports, require some developmental remediation in mathematics, reading, or writing. 68% of those participating in developmental programs are enrolled in developmental mathematics. This indicates a growing lack of mathematical instruction in the state's high schools or graduating students that cannot compete in the nation's of available employment positions. As a state, we need to fix this. The appropriations for developmental education in the 02-03 biennium totaled $184.8 million. Mathematics accounted for 65% of this, $102.6 million, an increase of 58% from the 2001 and 2002 biennium of $53 million. A community college that partners with local school districts can bring their developmental programs, which are working, to provide a fourth year of mathematics under the revised Senate Bill 1 requirements for high school graduation passed in the recent called special session. This partnership that addresses student learning outcomes and Texas essentials of knowledge and skills, coupled with problem-solving techniques, can create a learning environment where Texas students can increase their potential for increased employability because of their better basic skills. These are but a few of the ideas to address how community colleges could enhance the educational opportunities for Texas students.
Your counseling background intrigues me, and it intrigues me from the standpoint of the meeting we had here yesterday. Some of the people in this audience were there. We had representatives from the public ed sector, superintendents, school board members, four-year colleges, community colleges, independent colleges, and public colleges. But one of the things that came out of that meeting, Lori, was you talking about the Houston P16 Council. You recently had a grant, and it's interesting to me that the first thing that they spent money on was putting counselors into the high school. And I think my past experience with public ed tells me that those counselors don't counsel anything related to going to college. They're dealing primarily with those 10 or 15% of those kids that are troublemakers, and they don't have time to deal with the others that are trying to move on. And I laud the P16 Council in Houston for doing that, but it's interesting that that's an issue that you raise in your study.
Thank you, Neil. All right. Next presenter.
Hello, my name is Rob Robinson. I am a third-year doctoral student and associate director of the University of Texas Systems Telecampus. Please concentrate on the graduate student part of this, not the working for UT Systems part of this.
We'll see if we can get our technical people.
Yeah.
Somebody's phone is too close to the microphone.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Really?
Sorry for that. Instruction and curriculum, this is really the core of what our colleges and universities do. And therefore it was well worth being looked at in our study when we look at strategic and critical issues across the state. The use of online instruction and pedagogical methods that have been developed for purely online instruction provide a powerful new approach that should be incorporated into our institutions. And this is not to replace face-to-face instruction, but rather to bolster and enhance traditional face-to-face methods. The incoming generation, the so-called millennials or digital natives, have an expectation and a comfort level with technology that many of us digital immigrants do not. They will be requiring new innovative pedagogical methods in their courses. And we recommend that as an outcome, all undergraduate students take a set number of fully online or hybrid courses during the course of their undergraduate career. This could be one per semester, two per year, something like that. The benefits of this are that the students will be working in a technologically rich environment. They'll be working in virtual teams, and this is a powerful experience for them to work with this while they're undergraduates. From the campus standpoint, this also has the potential to offset some capital construction, to make better and more efficient use of existing space, and it also has the potential to increase graduation rates if the student can add an online course to an existing face-to-face schedule. Reviewing the core curriculum. The current Texas core curriculum, under its recent revisions, provides a strong starting framework for a quality undergraduate education. The goal should be, always, to provide students with new knowledge and understanding of life and how the world works. In an increasingly globalized, or as Frieden calls it, flat world, this suggests the growing importance of language acquisition, of stressing other cultures, of interdisciplinary instruction beyond the standard Western canon. We are recommending through our study a much stronger mandatory foreign language instruction component of undergraduate education, and not just a set number of hours, but proficiency, demonstrated proficiency. Further, we suggest that institutions provide greater opportunities for interdisciplinary courses, as well as service learning opportunities for the students. The world is happening all around us, and let's make sure our students are engaged in it. I'm going to fly through my slides. Mission diversity. This was a tricky one for us as we went through this. We have many excellent institutions across the state, but as we looked at it, we identified some issues. Texas's decentralized multi-system structure of higher education does create inefficiencies. A funding formula that rewards doctoral production over undergraduate education has the potential to foster the growth of mediocre programs. We urge the creation of differentiated missions for all universities across the state by defining new institutional categories and associated mission expectations. The revised Carnegie category system provides a great starting point, but the emphasis should be on excellence within the institutional category rather than incentives to move to the next category. We further believe that the state should direct the development of additional flagship universities. This sounds like it contradicts what I just said, but it does not. With just one private and two public very high research universities, Texas has a research university profile comparable to Ohio, Georgia, North Carolina, and Indiana, states with less than half the population of Texas. We recommend that a study assess the research needs of the state and suggest appropriate institutions as candidates for the next flagship university. I realize that's a political football.
You determine which one?
A lot of discussion. No, we're punting now.
We'll hesitate to articulate that.
That's right. In terms of these systems, 6 state-supported systems and 4 online public universities, it makes sense to examine whether realignment could generate efficiencies. One of the key factors that should be brought in this assessment is the alignment of missions. That's all we'll say about that one as well. Next slide, please. Higher education has a positive return on investment. There's no argument about this. This is a fundamental underpinning of why we're all here. College education brings benefits not only to the student but to society in general. The social benefits are broad, and as Closing the Gaps recognizes, for the economy of Texas to continue to grow, more students must graduate from college. However, looking at how our institutions are funded, this priority may get lost in the mix a little bit. The processes by which funding of higher education in Texas take place could be characterized as chaotic. The recent revision of the formulas was an excellent beginning. The capital funding mechanisms should be revisited, however. Tuition revenue bond process, while more orderly than in the past, is still subject to political influence and can pit one institution or system against another for funds. We recommend aligning funding mechanisms with statewide planning initiatives, including Closing the Gaps. We are not advocating performance-based budgeting, but long-term planning by institutions based on their mission can allow the state to establish a funding mechanism which would allow institutions to plan beyond a 2-year cycle.
That probably creates more inefficiency than anything. The fact that they can only plan 2 years in a budget cycle. They plan year to year on capital funding, and as Mr. Shepard and I both and the Commissioner are real concerned about the TRB issue and how that's handled. So it's interesting you identify that.
My name is Bill Carter. I'm the Associate Vice President of Information Technology at Austin Community College. When we were looking at space and capacity issues, one of the first things that we turned to was taking a look at what the standards and targets are for the coordinating board. Currently, the target for classroom utilization is 38 hours per week, and the target for laboratory utilization is 25 hours. One of the things that we discussed and we suggest is that those standards be changed and that they be higher. What we are recommending is that we take a look at actually moving by 2010 to a 40-hour per week utilization of classrooms. By 2015, that would be at 50. And one of the things that drives that is that when we pulled reports from the utilization of classroom space and laboratory space from the data at the coordinating board, what we found is that the utilization rates are way below, for most universities, below those targets. But yet these facilities have to be air conditioned, they have to be maintained, people are in the buildings. So what we felt was that was an inefficiency that needed to be reviewed. One of the two ways of doing that would be to expand the utilization of weekend instruction and also to begin the process of looking at year-round enrollments. One of the things that was very apparent from the data was that beginning on Thursdays about 3 o'clock until Sundays, there was basically a huge fall-off in the utilization of classroom and laboratory space. The utilization of a weekend schedule and the consideration of things that might drive that might be things like executive associate's degrees, executive bachelor's degrees, and increases in the utilization of executive graduate programs might bring those numbers up to reasonable numbers. That would be better. The utilization of year-round enrollments was driven by the fact that if you take a look in the fall, most universities, community colleges are serving a set population. In the summers, that drops off almost to 50% below. Changing of the scheduling systems and actually taking a look at what courses people need, maybe even changing some of the curricular needs, would drive a year-round college where you would have consistent enrollments for fall, spring, and summer. The second bullet here, when we talk about online instruction, has been reiterated by each one of my classmates. The one thing that the emphasis on this as far as space and capacity is the ability to free up space for other types of instruction. The use of hybrid type courses, where half of the course is taught in person and half is taught online, could provide potential for increasing the number of classes offered and also increase the amount of capacity that a university can attain. The other thing that was apparent as we were going through the study was that there seemed to be a reactive stance on deferred maintenance as opposed to a proactive stance on deferred maintenance. The institutions seem to look at deferred maintenance as something that must be planned after the fact. One of the things that we are suggesting is that the universities, actually each university system, each community college district, create a strategic plan for reducing deferred maintenance, current deferred maintenance, and that as new facilities are requested, either through the TRB process or they are built, that there be a deferred maintenance plan that is sustainable and funded with an identified funding source as the TRB or the building is built or approved.
You hit the nail on the head. It's the way the current system is designed. It's all about new constructions. It's not about maintaining the ones we have. And that's one of the things this capital task force is going to take a strong look at, is there needs to be a component of and a high priority of taking care of the investments that we've already been made, that have already been made in the state. So I appreciate that comment.
Well, and the last bullet here, submit the space utilization reports to the legislature. This is where we start talking about actually having those reports submitted as part of the budgeting process.
Good idea.
So that when you start taking a look at space utilization, the question that we struggled with as a group was if institutions are only using a facility for 30 hours a week on an average, do they really need new facilities? Should they be remodeling existing facilities? Should we really be taking a look at how those facilities are being utilized during the week, rather than going ahead and building new facilities and creating new capital needs? The other thing about the utilization reports was that it should become part of the accountability system, which is kind of a lead into the next slide. You can go to the next slide, please. One of the things on accountability that we saw was that there seemed to be a disconnect in the P to 16 data. There seems to be multiple accounting, or actually reporting systems in the state that are not integrated well and do not provide anyone in that chain of P to 16 with the ability to use that data in a coherent way to make decisions for their institutions, their districts, or their universities. What we are saying is that there should be a common database created for all that integrates the TEA data, the coordinating board data, and there should be a good look at the coordinating reporting system that provides it as a single system rather than multiple systems within one database. One of the things that was not apparent in any of the data that we looked at from any of the systems was that there was really no measure of student learning, which is the purpose of what all of our institutions exist. What we are recommending is that there be a measure added to the accountability system that can define student learning and is actually part of the accountability system. What we have stated here is that there should be one of the things to consider is the assessment tool is a statewide assessment tool called collegiate learning assessment. The last bullet here has to do with the continued development of the community college accountability system. Currently, the community colleges are going to begin that process of performance measuring and things like that. We encourage that, but in encouraging that, we also must consider the downstream and the upstream data that must be provided to show, first of all, that community college students are successful in universities, and that the students that they are receiving are being that their students basically showing demographic information, that there's a better integration of that E through 12 data with the community college data. So what we're saying here is that basically the whole flow of information from kindergarten all the way through graduate needs to be really looked at and reevaluated.
Can I make a comment about when you talked about space utilization and the facilities, one can't talk about K-12 and expanding to 200 days without impacting higher ed and summer school and other issues. And the legislature, as we all know, has struggled with school start dates. And we even got letters when I was on the Houston School Board from travel agents and how that would affect them. That was a different lobbying group than I was used to. But the point being is it's perhaps this is an interesting opportunity for discussion, Neil, when we talk about TEA and TASB and Texas Association of School Administrators and higher ed, to talk about maybe moving to a quarter system like California has, where the utilization of the facilities, the expansion of the school day, we get more days in the school year for K-12, and we'd have an opportunity to work hand in glove with the higher ed facilities as well, so that we're not impacting summer school or anything else. Maybe that's an opportunity for a discussion that we haven't had before.
Okay. Absolutely. Good point. In fact, I think there are a number of issues that have been identified here that were of fruit for discussion. In terms of your combination, combining the data, I think you couldn't agree more, because it's very difficult for anyone to analyze and try to tie the two together. And one of the reasons that we had the meeting yesterday was the beginning of what I hope to be many meetings, or we hope to be many meetings, was to start the dialogue between public ed and higher ed, which has not gone on for far too long in this state. In fact, I commented or quoted an article from the Dallas Morning News where it talked about our system has grown up basically in isolation of each other, as opposed to the Germany or the Europe model where the two systems have been integrated from the beginning. So I commend you on your study, and I look forward to getting a copy of it, Professor.
We will deliver one.
Well, our goal today was to present a set of issues around which ongoing strategic discussions can take place. These will not come as a surprise to anyone in this room. These are things we know y'all are thinking about all the time. They can be placed under the umbrella of closing the gaps, and that's what this slide attempts to do. Closing the gaps is it's the correct place to begin these discussions. Last slide. Let me just take the opportunity to, on behalf of everyone else at this table, to thank you all for this opportunity, to thank Dr. Paredes for this directed and focused semester of argumentation.
Well, I think it's interesting that you came to closure together, coming from the different backgrounds, obviously, that you come from.
That's the real benefit.
That's a testament to the rest of us that we can do the same thing when we talk about these issues, that there's got to be common ground somewhere where we can move forward. And we need to get away from this turf issue. We've got our turf that we're protecting as opposed to focusing while we're here, and that's kids, the citizens of this state, and the opportunities you provide them. So I commend you for coming together.
Thank you all very much.
Does anybody have any questions of the panel? Lynn?
When you were talking about increasing the number of days in the school year, I think in the context you mentioned it was not necessarily about space utilization. Was the idea that you would have more hours then for students to meet every day and something like an advisory where counseling could go on?
Sure. Yes, there would be more time for instruction, and there would be more time for the types of things that we talked about in terms of the counseling and so forth, that wouldn't detract from days where students were already required to do testing and other types of things. There are a lot of issues related to that, extracurricular activities, sports, and so actually you couldn't implement this in a knee-jerk fashion. You'd have to get all the stakeholders to the table in terms of how you would do it. But I think you could do it, and you just have to figure out the logistics in doing so.
I want to thank you all very much for being here this morning. On behalf of the board, you have obviously hit on a number of issues, as Mr. Adams has indicated, that we deal with on a regular basis. So we may be calling on you again.
Absolutely. See some talent here.
Yeah, we do definitely see some talent. But again, thank you for being with us this morning, and it's been most interesting, to say the least. And Professor, as Mr. Adams said, we look forward to seeing the report.
We'll get with you.
Well, they're great. Thank you. Accountability.
They're all A students.
Before moving on to our first committee report this morning, I would like to recognize a few new presidents in the audience. We have Patrick O'Brien, the new president of West Texas A&M, with us. Patrick, good morning. Welcome. We're happy to have you. We also have Paul Scooch, who is the president of Lamar Institute of Technology, with us. Paul, back over in the corner, welcome to you. And then it's my understanding we have the interim president of Stephen F. Austin State University with us, Baker Portillo. Baker, are you here? Guess he already scooted out. Okay. Anyway, we welcome you all to our quarterly meeting. The next item on our agenda, which, by the way, we're ahead of schedule, Madam Chair. Don't lose the momentum. When we get to agency operations, it's not going to go that fast. I'd like to call on the committee chair for academic excellence and research, Lorraine Perryman.
Throw down the gauntlet on this time thing. All right.
Y'all beat on me so hard.
I know. We're so mean to you. Okay, and I'm going to give you all several opportunities to expedite this today, so I hope you will concur with that, since we're in the time mode today. Our first agenda item is 6A, which is my report as committee chair for academic excellence and research. We met as a committee on June 14th, 2006, and I want to give you all a brief update about things that were covered during that meeting. We held preliminary findings from a study assessing need for a new pharmacy school in the Metroplex, a feasibility study on automatic admissions, which we will discuss a little later, a request by the University of Houston to act at today's meeting on a proposal for a branch campus in Northwest Houston, an update on the undergraduate education study and advisory committee, and the status report on the Texas Workforce Development Grant competition, which you'll hear more about shortly. We have since received copies of the pharmacy study and the automatic admission study under separate cover, which you received prior to this meeting. Today, we will hear recommendations from TWD grants competition. The undergraduate study data reviewed in June by the committee are now being collected for analysis, and nominees for membership on the undergraduate education advisory committee are being reviewed for balance and diversity by elements including regions of the state, types of institutions, and discipline areas. Nominees' names will be submitted to the commissioner shortly for his review and action to form that undergraduate education advisory committee, and we hope that the first meeting will be planned for late this summer, and that I think we're pretty well on track to accomplish that. Finally, in June, the committee reviewed a sample document showing the committee's goals and alignment of those goals with the goals of closing the gaps. We've compared that and developed kind of a grid that we think some of your other committees may be interested, particularly yours, with, in looking at to align all of these different issues. We're aligning closing the gaps with agency strategic plan, with the statutory responsibilities that are given to us by the legislature, and the academic affairs and research division work that we have ongoing all the time, because it seemed like we had a lot of information that was coming at us from different directions and really taxing the time constraints that we had within our division. So we kind of wanted a clearer picture of how all of those lined up, and hopefully that we could get everything back to closing the gaps and not be driven by little assignments and that kind of thing, but by our overall goal. And Elaine spoke very eloquently about that at our committee meeting, to make sure that we keep focused on what we're all about. As a result of that discussion, they're now developing this spreadsheet displaying all those goals by type and frequency of action, and we'll refer to that spreadsheet to help us stay aligned in all of our efforts as a committee. On July 6th at Texas Tech, Vice Chair Nancy Neal accompanied our advisory committee on research programs that you hear us refer to as ACORP on project visits, and attended ACORP's business meeting. Thank you very much for doing that on behalf of our committee, Nancy. ACORP discussed a strategy under the goal of closing the gaps in research that deals with establishing the Texas Science and Engineering Collaborative. The Academic Excellence and Research Committee looks forward to hearing ACORP's recommendations on that, and that concludes my report as committee chair. So that kind of gets y'all up to speed on what our committee's been up to since our last quarterly meeting. Next on the agenda is item 6B, a report by Dr. Stephen Middlestedt, the president of Richland College. And this is a report as an excellent showcase, because we talk about so many issues in higher education that sometimes we actually like to focus on the successes and share those great programs with the rest of the state. Richland's achievement that we want to recognize particularly today is being named the winner of the 2005 Baldrige Award Award. Excellence being one of 4 overarching goals in closing the gaps. We want to use this opportunity to provide the board meeting as a showcase for some of the ways in which Texas higher education demonstrates excellence. Today we are pleased to have Dr. Middlestead here to share information about the nationally recognized work being done at Richmond College. With Dr. Middlestead's leadership, Richland is the first community college to be recognized by the White House and the U.S. Department of Commerce as a recipient of the 2005 Malcolm Baldrige National Quality Award. Richland has also received the 2005 Texas Award for Performance Excellence and was twice named a Vanguard College by the League for Innovation in the Community College, and is cited by the American Association of Colleges and Universities as a Greater Expectations in the Liberal Arts College. This fall, the college is also opening the newly chartered Richland Collegiate High School for Mathematics, Science, and Engineering, the only community college charter school in the entire state of Texas. We're very pleased to welcome Dr. Middlestead today to tell us about Richland College accomplishments in winning the Baldrige Award. Dr. Middlestead, I think we have about 10 minutes on our agenda for your report today. We wish we could have more time.
I understand, and thank you, Ms. Perryman, Commissioner Paredes, other members of the board, staff, graduate students, and colleague educators. It's a deep honor for Richland College and our Dallas County Community College colleagues for us to be invited to make this brief presentation on performance excellence related to student success and meeting community educational and workforce needs. I hope you'll see a fair number of connections between what I'm to say and what our graduate students just presented, as the Baldrige approach is an excellent model for incorporating virtually everything that they presented. And the good news is that the Baldrige model already exists. It's already a highly regarded national standard that continues to stand the test of time over some 20 years. And by design, it's both rigorous and flexible enough to apply not only to all types of educational institutions, but also to virtually every type of business, service organization, and nonprofit. At the end of this short presentation, I'll provide you each with a packet of materials that will give you more details about how the model works in general and at Richland College more specifically. The Baldrige discipline, which is non-prescriptive, is comprised of 2 major components. One focuses on continuous cycles of improvement through smooth-running systems and processes yielding ever-improving results and efficiencies through strategic planning over time. The other demands evidence of organizational agility in responding to unanticipated challenges and opportunities. My presentation first, then, will describe briefly how Richland addresses that first focus, illustrated primarily with selected examples related to your Closing the Gaps student participation and success emphases, as well as academic excellence initiatives. And we'll close with one dramatic example of Richland's ability to respond quickly and adroitly to a recent community workforce educational crisis. This background graphic helps all our employees, including part-time adjunct faculty, align what they do with the overarching mission, vision, and strategic priorities of the college, and with monthly scores on how well the college is doing and their roles within it. Our succinct, focused mission statement, easily remembered by all employees and most stakeholders, is quite simply stated: teaching, learning, community building, with a vision that the college be the best place to learn, to teach, and to build sustainable community for all, both locally and globally. Our Baldrige discipline has narrowed our strategic priorities to these 4: response to community, student success, employee success, and institutional effectiveness. You can review the other elements in this graphic later as you wish regarding the related organizational, departmental, and individual actions, evaluations, and so on linked to these 4. But know that we receive a monthly scorecard on the college's performance derived from metrics comprised of scores on 64 measures for 16 key performance indicators, all linked to these 4 strategic planning priorities. This is a picture of what that report looks like. You can quickly see from this monthly report card the college's vital signs on a green, yellow, red light 10-point scale, with scores of 9 to 10 in the range of tolerance, being green, 8 to 9 yellow, and below 8 red. This executive dashboard keeps our executive team from micromanaging and causes us to peel back the onion for more information only when scores warrant concern. 3 layers of the report are in your packets. This is an example of 4 selected measures related to a target student population key performance indicator related to your closing the gaps emphasis. And I don't expect you to read that, but it just illustrates that we have them. Each year related to Southern Association expectation of all their accredited institutions, all of our employees are actively involved in an annual quality enhancement plan focused on some important aspect of student learning outcomes. Our faculty, for example, focus on assessments regarding program completers and the need to redesign curricula in courses that were serving as gatekeepers that prevented students from moving forward in their programs, and so we redesigned those courses, and in other high-impact, large enrollment courses. We are now on graphic 22. Those were the 4 that I referenced earlier, and if we'll move forward, and then I believe that's one more. Faculty emphasis this coming year includes finalizing our core curriculum. I'm 1 slide ahead here. Hang with me. Trying to make this 10 minutes. Faculty emphasis this coming year includes finalizing our core curriculum student capstone experience, in which students will demonstrate mastery of overarching core curriculum intellectual competencies and integrating these into a project, including service learning, related to building sustainable local and global community, which brings us back to the college mission and vision of building community for all. This graphic shows you the 5 primary components of our quantifiable definition of student success, which emanate from course, program, and capstone demonstrated student learning outcomes. Not only do we review our scores monthly, but they are reported annually in aggregate form on our website for all our internal and external stakeholders, trended over time and benchmarked against local peers and national best-in-class performers. These are only 3 examples of trend charts related to closing the gaps which stakeholders find in our year-end report, such as market penetration, numbers of certificates and associate degrees, and in-course retention by target student segments. You may wonder where we find best-in-class information. We find it, for example, from such nationally normed instruments as the Community College Survey of Student Engagement, which allows us to zero in on data of all participating institutions. We segment the data by type, student type, such as African American and Latino, as highlighted here, and compare it with institutions across the country most like ours, so that we can learn what they are doing and adapt it as appropriate. This kind of data analysis has, for example, set up 6 major Richland benchmarking studies for this next year to help us improve in areas where we did not fare as well as we would like to. I've come to view the Baldrige approach as that of the wise Socratic teacher who persistently asks key questions, believing deeply that the answers lie within the organizations, as does the capacity to improve continuously, just as we as teachers do with our students when we are at our best. In your packet, you'll find Baldrige's institutional self-assessment. To find all 265 institutional questions, you can obtain this Baldrige criteria booklet from their website. And if you'd like to read Richland's most recent responses to all those questions in our 50-page application, you can go to our website and download this, and it gives you not only the responses, but Category 7, which has all these results that I've referenced. I've mostly, up to this point, described how the Baldrige helps us to continuously improve at achieving what we set out to do. That's the strategic planning part. But what about our agility in responding quickly in crisis or toward an unanticipated prime opportunity that is mission consistent, that we had not anticipated? Let me give you one fairly recent and continuing illustration at Richland College. Somewhere in the 2003-04 biennium, the bottom began to fall out of the theretofore wildly successful high-tech telecom corridor businesses in our service area. Companies started downsizing rapidly almost overnight, and for us, in similar numbers, they stopped enrolling in hundreds of our course sections in technical degrees that were designed to meet these companies' workforce needs. Our credit technical course enrollments dropped precipitously from 15% of our overall enrollment down to a record low of 11%. Immediately, we held a series of meetings with our industry leaders, chamber committees, and advisory boards to see what we could do to help these out-of-work employees and to help the companies rebound, meeting their new turnaround needs. Here's some of what they told us and the retooling that we did, which stabilized our overall enrollment by an immediate program remix in the first year and has more than compensated for the record low in credit technical enrollments by record highs in college transfer enrollments and contract training non-credit offerings, all focusing primarily in the STEM fields, the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. For example, when we learned some of the companies would replace laid-off employees who had associate degrees and certificates that we had developed for them earlier, now with part-time workers from temp agencies to deal with their lower cash flow, we immediately cut back on those credit class offerings and contracted with the temp agencies to offer the specific skill training they needed, but now with non-credit courses. When they told us there was still, however, a shortage of bachelor's degreed engineers, we retooled our curriculum and laboratories by working with UTD's School of Engineering to replicate their first 2 years of engineering and signed an articulation agreement that effectively turned us into their farm team, guaranteeing our associate degreed engineering students with at least 2.5 graduate GPA junior status in their engineering program. Then, when you authorized UNT to add an engineering program, they wanted a similar articulation agreement with us because they had learned that our transfer graduates perform as well or better than UTD's native engineering students. We indicated that we simply couldn't have a separate engineering degree program for each university. So they designed their first 2 years to be essentially identical to that of UTD and Richland. Most recently, UTA has signed an identical agreement with our engineering program. But all three institutions then told us there just were not enough young students coming from the public schools in the STEM field pipeline. So we met with our local and ISD officials, business leaders, and university officials and helped fashion a multi-year, multi-partner effort, putting together a strategic plan for all partners to play in a seamless P-16 STEM student success plan. With a longitudinal, grade-level cohort student success research plan in the pilot project involving selected elementary, middle school, high school, Richland, and UTD players with clear roles for participating business partners to play at all grade levels. An early success in this effort was announced in recent weeks when a Dallas High School and a Richardson High School in our service area in these projects received 2 of this year's 4 state T-STEM Academy startup grants. A second offshoot of this charge was to increase the STEM pipeline from K through 12, and that was TEA's awarding to Richland, as you heard earlier, the first community college charter school, which we will launch this fall with up to 400 students in the Richland Collegiate High School of Mathematics, Science, and Engineering, in which all students will be enrolled as high school juniors, taking their entire curriculum mainstream with college freshman courses and then sophomore courses, all of them receiving dual credit, so that in 2 years, including service learning, they can simultaneously graduate from our collegiate high school and get their associate's degree from our college. For those graduating with an associate's degree in engineering, for example, they will be guaranteed a place as juniors in any of these 3 area university schools of engineering right out of our high school. All that to say that we believe, were it not for our Baldrige Performance Excellence discipline over the last 10 years, we might well have been reeling along with our corporate community. But instead, through rapid change in program mix, we are experiencing record overall enrollments. We have discovered new revenue streams while our state funding has dropped to record lows. And we have been able to help our community rebound, helping us to achieve our mission and vision. I'll stop now for questions.
Doctor, I think you just described the vertical team that we talked about yesterday in a meeting that's in HB1. I know you want to say something, Mr. Adams. I can't. You kept smiling.
We need to clone Richland College. I commend you for. What's interesting, Dr. Gardner, is we go back to when we developed the accountability system. with our sister institutions at the request of our governor. We keep hearing how complex higher ed is and how we can't assess this and we can't assess that. And here we are, a college assessing not only annually, but monthly. And I commend you for that. And Dr. Gardner, I hope that we have listened today in terms of where we may want to carry Commissioner Paredes, our accountability system in some areas. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Incredibly impressive. Do we have any other comments or questions?
And we will distribute the packets so those of you who might want more information.
Talking about best practices.
Yeah.
We need it. I was serious when I said about cloning Richland College and some of these. Obviously, one size does not fit all, but it's the process that you set up that allowed you to do the things you do. It can be cloned, and I think that's something, David, we need to look at and Raymond in our accountability system.
That's what I hope that I've conveyed. The Baldrige model is non-prescriptive. It honors colleges based on your own mission, and it forces you to demonstrate that you're meeting that mission through these relentless questions, very rigorous, over a period of time, and to show that you have results that are sustained over time based on the goals that you have set, based on the environmental scanning that you have of what your communities and stakeholders' needs are. And every institution can follow that discipline to whatever level they are ready to do. I mentioned several times that we've done this over 10 years. No institution is probably ready to jump and say, we need to do all these things. You can't answer all those 265 questions, but you start like with your students, where they are. You bite off what you can chew without disrupting your organization. But like good faculty, we both support our students and challenge them to the next level, and that's what Baldrige does for us. Thank you very much.
Did we have another question from Lynn? Lynn, did you have a question?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is really exciting for all of us. I think most people in the room have heard a lot about these best practices, but how do you accomplish the rapid change part?
Yeah.
I think the beauty of this is that many institutions, including our own, spend a lot of time redoing processes when things should be systematic, but they're not, and they break down. We spend a lot of time on that. With Baldrige, if you continuously improve those systems, and for example, we have an 8-step process improvement and implementation plan. We've reviewed 65 processes to make them as just move forward smoothly as they can. They're all archived on our website. All of our employees know them, and they know how, when something is not functioning, to kick in those 8 steps and to improve it. Well, when you've got all those...
Yeah, the whole thing is systemic.
So that's right, and it has to be deployed to every employee. And that's when the site visit team comes. They interview every employee. They want to make sure that they know what their role is in this big picture and how they move quickly. So it's not just the institution, but people are empowered to do that. Well, if you have all those things in place, and like we as executive teams say, green light for the college, forget that report, let's move on. Instead of digging down into it and say, well, there was a red light over here. Well, what we know is that somebody's taking care of that. We only get concerned if the yellow or red light shows up on the first 2 pages. Doing it that way and constantly environmentally scanning, then when something comes up, you can break out of that mode and move into let's fix this kind of thing. But if your entire operation is let's fix this on the daily stuff, you don't have time to do that. And what we might have concluded from those data when our enrollment started going down in technical degree programs was, wow, we need to market those things. We need to do a better job of that. Our faculty are not pushing this enough. Well, it would have been unethical for us to push something that the community didn't need and people wouldn't be able to cash in on at the end of the deal. So analyzing the data and looking at it, and this frees you to get out of that smooth box that you've set up so that you know when to break out of it.
What is your transfer rate?
Our transfer rate, we have 71% of our students declare themselves as transfer students, and I think we are the 4th or 5th largest transfer community college in the state, and that's because of what I just told you. Our community is supporting that.
Well, we have a report later that has some really frightening statistics about that across the board in Texas, and I assume that you would be one of the stars in that area.
Now, what we've got to be very careful with in reading the data are that if a student comes to us with the intent of transferring, they frequently do it as fast as they can. They don't wait for our associate degree.
Oh, right. And
so,
we've looked at that data.
Right. So that's very important because we congratulate ourselves when we get them on the path that they want.
Absolutely.
And if they don't want our associate's degree, we're not going to cram it down their throats.
Move them on to the next level, Bob.
Doctor, I don't know how much free time you have, but we're always looking for good advice. So we would.
I'm full of it.
Hey, sometimes we take it, sometimes we don't. But I think the advice does work, and it just fits right into what we had talked about yesterday. So on behalf of the board, I would like to see if we might call on you in some other areas.
Thank you so much. Yes, Neil.
One other comment, what's interesting here, 2 comments. One is related to what you just said in working with your colleagues. They've eliminated the turf. I mean, nobody's concerned about who's getting ahead of who. We're focused on the ultimate product, and I commend you on that. The other thing is that Dr. Barron is around here somewhere. On our STAR Awards, we've always been concerned and commissioner about how we project those and pass those on. And I commend you for bringing this report today because this identifies a true STAR Award in terms of what we're doing in the state. So I think we need to do more than these kind of reports.
Absolutely. Just a quick question. Are you all an open enrollment charter?
Well, yes, all charters have to be by state law.
So in other words, it's not like an in-district within the school district that partners with the community college. It's a state open enrollment.
It is, and the way that works is when you apply for the charter, you have to write into the charter what school districts you will receive from, and we wrote into the charter all school districts within Dallas County and the adjoining counties, and we've actually had applications from all those counties.
That's fine.
You opened this fall?
We opened this fall with the 200, and then next fall we'll have the second 200, or up to 200.
We look forward to hearing more about that after you open your school. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. It is so nice to hear about the successes that are taking place out there in our institutions. Thank you, Dr. Middlestead. Agenda item 6C is consideration of a request from the Texas A&M University System Health Science Center for approval of the Doctor of Pharmacy degree with the Irma Lerma Rangel College of Pharmacy in Kingsville, a subject that is near and dear to our heart and is back on our agenda today. Carol Rainey will explain the item and provide the staff recommendation.
In a positive manner. Back on our agenda.
Positive manner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff recommends approval and authorization to implement a Doctor of Pharmacy, a PharmD degree, within the Irma Lerma Rangel College of Pharmacy in Kingsville, with the understanding that the school will submit 2 reports within a 3-year period, an interim report due June 1st, 2007, confirming short-term activities and resources consistent with institutional commitments, and a 3-year report confirming the presence of faculty and resources consistent with longer institutional commitments. The 3-year report will also provide an assessment of student progress. The Texas A&M University System Health Science Center proposes the Doctor of Pharmacy program in the Rangel College of Pharmacy, which is located on the campus of Texas A&M University in Kingsville. In 2001, the Texas legislature established the pharmacy school as a component of Texas A&M University Kingsville. The school was scheduled to open in fall of 2005, but was delayed due to insufficient startup funding. In spring 2006, the pharmacy school received startup funding from the Texas A&M University Board of Regents regions. And at that time, Texas A&M University Kingsville and the Texas A&M University System Health Science Center also began discussions to transfer the administrative and instructional responsibilities of the school to the Texas A&M University System Health Science Center. That transfer was finalized at the coordinating board's April meeting. Since that meeting, the Texas A&M University System Health Science Center has submitted a proposal for the new Doctor of Pharmacy degree program. That program would be the 5th public pharmacy school program in the state and the first standalone professional school south of San Antonio. This college would admit its first class in the fall of 2006. Board staff conducted an on-site visit this June with 3 out-of-state consultants. The new college was also visited by an evaluation team from the Accreditation Council for Pharmacy Education, the national accreditation body for these schools. The evaluation team's report was positive, and the school received pre-candidate status, which is essential for admitting its first class of students in late June of 2006. The college would be eligible for full accreditation with this agency after the first class graduates in spring of 2010. Also, following those site visits, the Texas A&M University Health Science Center, System Health Science Center has submitted reports as directed on curriculum and faculty development as a result of the out-of-state consultants' reports. The school has pre-admitted 71 students to the inaugural class, of whom 61% are from South Texas, 38% are Hispanic. And traditionally, those South Texas students and Hispanic students have been underrepresented in the state's PharmD programs. 70 full-time students are expected to enroll in the first year, with plans to expand the program to 100 full-time students by the 4th year. The System Health Science Center reports 11 core FTE faculty will be involved the first year, with plans to expand that number to 38 by the 5th year. All 8 faculty who are teaching in the first year have PharmD degrees or doctoral degrees in pharmaceutical sciences or related disciplines, and the college will focus its future recruitment efforts on both junior and senior faculty with academic experience and training at leading colleges of pharmacy in the country. Existing facilities are more than adequate to support the program and really impress the external consultants. Madam Chair, the staff are very pleased to recommend approval of this item as stated in full at the beginning of this summary. Institutional representatives, I believe, are here today and could respond to questions from board members.
All right, do we have any questions or comments from the board? We are delighted that this has moved forward, and we're about ready to go. Thank you very much. I'll entertain a motion for approval. Second. We have a motion from Nancy. We have a second from Elaine. Is there any further discussion?
Long overdue.
Long overdue. We are so pleased. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Yay! Okay. Yes, let's applaud that. And when are our opening festivities? Where?
August 10th.
August 10th.
From A&M?
Yeah.
You've got a bigger room. Nancy Dickey from
Hi,
the
Nancy.
Health Science Center.
We're so glad you're here.
We couldn't have done this without the cooperation and hard work of the coordinating board. We recognize the timeline was short, and we look forward to welcoming the students this fall, and thank you for the work you helped us do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
August the 10th is the party. August the
14th. All right. I knew that you were going to give us a test on that later, so I wanted to go ahead and get that out here. Thank you so much. We are so pleased to have this finally moving forward for your institution as well as for the entire state to meet the need that we have in pharmacy education. The next item on the agenda is item 6D, and this is one of those that we're going to move through, and y'all are going to be so happy it will save us time. Consideration of a request from the University of Houston for an off-campus higher education unit. Board Chair Shepard recommended that the board table this item to allow adequate time for study of the issues involved. The commissioner has communicated that information to members of the University of Houston Board of Regents, the U of H administrative staff, and to the presidents and chancellors of potentially affected institutions in that area. Coordinating board staff will be studying the issues identified at a July 17th meeting of the leadership of all of these interested institutions that took place here at the coordinating board. It was a very lively discussion, as you may well imagine, and they will have information to share by the end of the summer. So this item is being discussed between all of the parties at this point. May I have a motion at this time to table this item? So moved. We have a motion by Laurie and a second by Lynn. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Our next agenda item is 6E, the consideration of a study to assess the needs of a new pharmacy school, once again, pharmacy education, located in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex area. A preliminary version of this study was presented at our June 14th committee meeting. Members received a more recent draft of the study prior to this meeting. The study is to be given to the Texas legislature by September 1. However, the committee has not had an opportunity to review and discuss recommendations from the study, to incorporate feedback from the field, which we think is very important in this area, or hear comment from the pharmaceutical community as well. So we have a lot more information to get in prior to turning this over to the legislature in September. As such, my recommendation is that the board request the Legislative Budget Board grant an extension of the deadline from September 1 to November 1, which will still give them ample time before the session begins to look at this issue. Doing so would allow time for both additional research and time for additional comment from the field, and we understand there is quite a bit of comment that folks out there are clamoring to bring to our board. If the extension is not granted by the LBB, I recommend the board authorize the board chair and myself to accept and act on the report based on changes and comments from the field and staff recommendation. If the board supports the recommendation, we will not hear a presentation today, but would hold that presentation and discussion of recommendations at our October meeting after we ask the LBB to give us an extension. If the board does not support the recommendation, we will hear a brief summary of that study today and act on it. However, I think it's really important that we get more information and opportunity for people to have input on this issue. Do we have any questions about that, Neil?
Madam Chair, that also will allow your committee time to also receive that input, and I think that's critical since you did not have the opportunity to vet the recommendations and certainly have the input from the institutions that are affected. So I would support that.
Okay. Well, I'll entertain that as a motion. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Nancy, any further discussion?
I just have one question. You went through the outline of what happens if we get the extension. Can you go over it one more time? If we don't get one,
if we get the extension, then we'll discuss it at our September committee meetings. We'll put it on the October issue, and everybody will discuss it. If we do not get the extension and we do not meet in the interim, I'm asking for this motion to include the opportunity for the chair and I, acting on behalf of the board, to review the report. So we want to get as much time as possible to get more input, and then meet the September 1 deadline.
Would you please share with everyone what your conclusions are?
Absolutely. We'll go to the entire board. But no, Bob and I were just going to have a secret meeting.
That's not what I was implying.
Okay, this is what we think should not. I'm kidding. Exactly. We'll share it with everyone, but this motion includes giving us the authority to go ahead and authorize it before it goes to the legislature.
Yeah, we'll share all the information, Nancy.
But
this is just a mechanism in case we can't get the board or the committee.
Are you going to give an opportunity for feedback as soon as we know what happens?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And we anticipate that the LBB will give us a positive response to this. But if they don't, we just want to have a backup plan.
And we're getting feedback right now.
Oh, I'm sure you are.
Yeah. Feedback never seems to be a problem here, does it? So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Are there any further questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we also need those that are interested need to know where that committee meeting is going to occur, since
Yes.
it's not going to be in this city, September.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Our committee meeting, all of our committee meetings are going to believe, I know y'all are not going to believe it, but in Odessa, Texas. We're taking the show on the road. So all of our committee meetings are going to be out there, and we just invite all of y'all to come as well, because nobody ever comes out and visits us in West Texas. So I'm so pleased to host those meetings, as our university and our community colleges in the area as well. So we really look forward to having everyone there and a full discussion of this pharmacy education issue in the Metroplex. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. See how we're just moving this along here?
You're doing good.
The next item on the agenda is item 6F. You know, we only had 17 items, right, Carol? Correct. You know, our committee is never very busy. This is consideration of a feasibility study regarding the automatic admission of certain associate degree and certificate holders that was requested of us by Senate Bill 1227, Section 58, which is due to the legislature October 1, 2006, to the Legislative Standing Committee or Subcommittee with jurisdiction over higher education. Board members received this report under separate cover, so we're not going to go through it at length today. However, I would like for Carol to kind of highlight one area of great concern that when y'all, if you have not had an opportunity to really review this study that was sent out to you in advance, there are some really kind of frightening statistics, and I mentioned this to Dr. Middlestead earlier about the transfer rates from community colleges to four-year institutions. So if you would just kind of hit that real quickly, and if y'all would look at that report some more, then I'll go on with my recommendation.
We looked basically at the years from 2000 through 2004 and 2005. Those were the most recent years for which we had figures. And we looked at students who had earned associate degrees that were academic degrees, that had earned associate of applied science degrees, that had earned level 1 certificates and level 2 certificates, which are also offered by community colleges, students who had completed core curriculum, and students who had completed more than 30 hours but had not taken a degree, and looked at their transfer rates from two-year schools into four-year programs. From 2000 to 2001, there were 11,800 degrees awarded. Of those, the percent of students who applied to transfer from a two-year school to a four-year program was 25% of that number. Because some institutions had applicants applying, some applicants applied to more than one institution, the percent of students who applied was 107%, so they were applying to more than one place. Of the percent who applied, who subsequently enrolled from that group, 80% of that group, of the 25% who applied, actually did enroll. In 2004-2005, the numbers were a little higher. 18,200 associate of arts programs and associate of science programs were degrees were given. The percent of those students who applied to transfer to a four-year program was 26%, and of that 26% who applied, 78% actually went ahead and enrolled. The students who earned academic associate degrees are the only group that I identified for you earlier for which the transfer rate is higher than 10%.
Of those who actually
Yes.
go. Yes. That is abysmal, and that's the best. Now we'll talk about some of the worst.
Yes. And as we get into the Certificate 2 awards, and that's, is that what, 42 to 59 hours? In 2001, there were 2,338 of those awarded to students. 0.3% of the students who earned those applied. And of the percent who applied, that 0.3%, 50% actually enrolled. The numbers are relatively the same 5 years later, and that's the lowest group. So we really have some substantial work to do in terms of looking at issues that directly relate to what facilitates transfer, what inadvertent barriers we have built into our systems, what's working and what isn't. And I think the kinds of questions that Dr. Middlestead was raising with us earlier are particularly relevant when we look at these data.
Okay. Yes.
Should we be that concerned about a certificate student who probably went for a job-specific certificate, never intending to go on to college? Those are startling statistics, but I don't know if they're meaningful. I mean, I don't know that we need to be that frightened that a certificate student is satisfied at that level.
For example, a student that has taken 30 hours but didn't get the certificate, only 4% of those are going on to four-year institutions. So I think, and this will get me to my recommendation on this. I mean, we've got this report. It's hot off the presses. We have not had adequate opportunity to review this, to get recommendations relating to these automatic admissions. We need a time for additional comment from the field, because obviously this has not been shared widely at this point. Before this report is finalized and sent to the legislature, there are some recommendations, but we need a lot of input from four-year institutions as well as community colleges about this study. So rather than just adopting it today, and once again our timeline is that it has to be in prior to our October board meeting, but after our committee meetings that we have. So what I would recommend in this area as well is not to ask for an extension, but that we may leave this open for further comment and discussion and response from our academic community and citizens as well. And then we can discuss it with all of that information at our committee meeting in September. And then we as a committee can make a recommendation, and rather than bringing it to the full board, which would make us miss our October deadline, then Bob and I once again can put that final stamp of approval on it and send it off to the legislature. But I think if we just approve what we have right now, that would be a little premature. And we need some more research and opportunity for comment before we send that on to the legislature. So I would entertain a motion to that effect, that we look at it at our September meeting, that we get more opportunity for input, and then Bob and I would put the final stamp on it with the committee recommendation in September, so we meet our October 1 deadline. Nancy is making that motion. Do we have a second? Second. Laurie is seconding that. Is there any further discussion of this issue? Yes, Laura.
One point. Obviously, we're going to be looking at different issues that can impact this. One of the things that concerns me is there still isn't some sort of a consistency of course numbering. Community colleges call things one thing, and four-year institutions call them another, and that kind of transfer and articulation, all of those kinds of issues come into play. Correct. When you have, I took English this, well, that's not English this here, and it doesn't count because it falls into another category. Are those the kinds of things, and are you getting adequate input from the universities and community colleges?
That is a significant issue. Even though we have the academic course guide manual, which addresses some of that concern that you just raised, and the Texas Common Course Numbering System, which also applies to a number of courses. But we do need to do additional work in that area, and I'm sure that's one of the things that we'll be looking at more.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I encourage everyone on the board to review this preliminary report. And please pass on any questions that could give us some more depth of area that we need to look into prior to our September meeting, because a lot will be done between now and then. Okay. Agenda item 6G is consideration of grants to be awarded under the Technology Workforce Development Grants Program. Ms. Judy Shaw, Chair of the Advisory Committee on Texas Workforce Development, will brief the board on the review process and the results of the competition.
Madam Chair, we didn't vote.
Oh, did we not vote?
No.
I just see this time thing. It's really getting in the way. Okay, we had a motion. We had a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion carries. Thank you for keeping me honest. I appreciate that. And we really are going to get to you, Judy, after we take care of important things like voting. We are really looking forward to your briefing on this subject. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm here today representing the Advisory Committee for Grants for Technology Workforce Development. At this time, I am the chair of that committee. And what we are asking you today is to consider grant awards under TWD, and this would be the fourth cycle of awards that you would approve under the statute. These grants are for the vitally important purpose of increasing the number of students and the number of graduates in engineering and in computer science. The Technology Workforce Development Program was established in 2001 by the Texas Legislature, and it originated with collaboration with industry, including my own company, Texas Instruments, who saw, and we still see, a very large shortage in the future of available, educated Texas high-tech workers. According to the 2006 progress report for closing the gaps, additional degrees for students in the areas of engineering, computer science, math, and physical science, bachelor's degrees, associate's degrees, and certificates reached only 1/4 of the 2005 targeted increase for closing the gaps, and therefore would require a 70% growth over 2005 if we were to reach the 2010 target. So that's the problem that we're working to address. A little bit of background. The previous 3 grant cycles were funded with state funds, industry donations, and federal directed grants, and in total reached about $14 million. These new grants would be funded with federal money only, which the governor appropriated to THECB, the Texas Engineering and Technical Consortium established by the 2001 law. Our agency received these funds from the governor's office through interagency agreement and the Texas Workforce Commission. So for this reason, this cycle of grants is called the TTAC, Texas Youth and Technology Demonstration Project, and that's a mouthful. We have $1 million for phase 1 of these awards and are hoping and expecting to get $2 million for phase 2. Accordingly, all of the projects established 2 separate budgets. Our advisory committee capped the maximum budget amount to $285,000 in total for both phases. The purpose of that was to ensure that we would have 10 grants. Last January, TTAC held a best practices meeting at SMU in Dallas with over 100 academic and industry members in attendance. Out of that resulted a best practices proceedings book and a summary book with a 10-point list of best practices for outreach to students, recruitment, retention, and mentoring. Project leaders could profit from this work in writing their future proposals. I wanted to make a personal comment that I was in attendance at that meeting, and it was very gratifying and easy to see the rewards of the efforts for the previous grants. Also, it's clear that the conference itself really leveraged the grants by spreading the word. The handout provides an outline of the grant competition process and includes the list of proposals that we are recommending. So I'll briefly summarize the high points of the competition. On March 24th, the coordinating board announced the upcoming competition on its website and sent email notifications to all institutions, TTAC liaisons, and previous project leaders. The advisory committee oversaw the creation of the program announcements, and the program was issued on June 1st with web postings and email. The deadline for submission was July 1st, and the coordinating board received 25 proposals from 16 Texas institutions. 6 reviewers evaluated these proposals, and you have their bios in your handout. They worked off-site and did teleconferencing. They used a very nice online tool developed by coordinating board staff to view all the proposals and track their progress during the review. This review panel selected 11 projects from 10 universities for funding. Our grant advisory committee met on July 19th to review the process and consider the selections of the review panel. Our committee made one change, which increased the budget of one project to consume the total budget. The advisory committee recommends that you fund the 11 awards that are listed in your handout. If you choose to do so, you would award 11 grants today to a variety of different types of institutions across our state. These include large institutions such as UT Austin and A&M, to small institutions like University of Houston, Clear Lake, and UT Pan American. And geographically, it's very good. It's from the north, UT Dallas, to UT El Paso, Texas Tech, and south to UT San Antonio. Finally, a few comments from the TTAC leadership. The founder and chair until January of this year, Tegwin Poley of TI, acknowledges that TTEC's work is recognized by the state government. The governor's office shows a strong emphasis on workforce issues. Due to the strong track record of TTEC and the compelling need for more engineering graduates, we recommend that you approve these grants.
Thank you very much. Do y'all have any questions or comments? We also have Reinhold Cornelius here, who's the Program Director for Research Programs, if there are any questions that need to be directed toward him. Comments? You did such a great job. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Do we have, you have heard the staff recommendation at this point, and may I have a motion for approval? Elaine made a motion. Nancy seconded. Any further discussion?
One point, now that we have the motion on the table, it's super that we're moving in this direction, and obviously the numbers are compelling with regards to really focusing on the pipeline here. It would be really neat to see some of the advisory committee members being of elementary and middle school and high school professions, because we need to start early in the pipeline, and the advisory committee is on the upper level as well as it should be in the business sector, and then perhaps some of the reviewers could be looking at opportunities to make sure that awareness goes further into the pipeline than just high school and perhaps at the campus level. So that would be my only comment, is to hopefully take this further down in the pipeline and begin earlier and earlier in the process of awareness.
That's a great input. Thank you very much.
Excellent suggestion. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. And thanks to everybody that worked on your project. And congratulations to those recipients. The next agenda item is 6H, which includes 2 reports on the impact of the Advanced Research Program and the related report on the Emerging Technology Fund. No action is required on these. They are simply reports. They're for information only. The reports are Advanced Research Program Impact Study, the recommendations for continuation of the Advanced Research Program by the Advisory Committee on Research Programs, and the Emerging Technology Fund. First, Dr. James Jarrett will present his report on the Advanced Research Program Impact Study. Dr. Jarrett is a senior research scientist with the Red McComb School of Business at the University of Texas at Austin. As part of the ARP Impact Study report, you will also be hearing from a principal investigator, Professor Jonathan Sessler. Dr. Sessler is the Roland K. Pettit Centennial Professor of Chemistry at the University of Texas at Austin. Dr. Sessler has received a number of ARP awards over the years. Linda Donald-Smith, Director of Research Programs, will then be available to answer questions. Again, no action is required. The reports are for information only. Each presenter has 5 minutes for his report. We'll begin with Dr. Jarrett's report. Dr. Jarrett, and I'll introduce the rest of the panel when we get to their report.
Okay, I am James Jarrett. I've been directing a team of researchers to determine what the results have been from the ARP projects, and I'll go through, I have a number of slides, and I'll go through those quickly today. If we could have the first slide. Here we see the language from the Texas Administrative Code as to the ARP's purposes. We're examining 8 different cycles of projects from 1987 through 2001, and during that time, about $160 million has been expended on 1,300 projects. In terms of the research areas, those which have had more than 10% of the projects include biology with 23%, engineering 16%, chemistry has been 11%, 10% in physics and astronomy, and 10% in social and behavioral sciences. We were asked to provide the ACOR, which is the Advisory Committee on Research Programs, with information about ARP's educational impacts, especially its role in terms of attracting and educating graduate students, the various projects' economic impacts, and also ARP's role in the current and future research priorities of senior university administrators. We've completed 2 major surveys, one of all the principal investigators for ARP projects and another for all the graduate students who have served on the ARP projects. And if you can read that, the response rates have been relatively good. We've also performed a series of interviews, mostly on campuses with senior university administrators, actually at 23 different universities. Next slide, please. In terms of the attracting talent, we found that more than 80% of the PIs said the ARP was important to attracting both faculty and graduate students. And we found that more than 40% of the out-of-state graduate students who came to Texas universities actually stayed after they completed their graduate program, thereby enhancing the state's talent pool of scientists and engineers. Next slide. On this, you can see that both PIs and the former graduate students believe the ARP projects have been very valuable. 2/3 of the graduate students actually said that the ARP project experience was more important than most of their classroom education. And more than 7 in 10 of the graduate students thought the project experience made them more attractive to employers. We'll have many more educational benefits outlined in detail in the final report. As you can see from the economic impacts, not many companies have been formed, only 12 to date, although there have been several important ones, one of which you'll be hearing about today. ARP projects, however, have generated over $375 million in follow-on research, which would not have occurred in the absence of ARP. And that's $2.30 for every dollar in terms of project costs. We've also identified a minimum of $70 million to date in cost savings, and that figure is likely to go higher. In terms of research priorities, university administrators' priorities for current and future research programs are quite diverse, and we'll outline the diversity in the final report. However, we found 4 general findings. First, most believe they would like to have investigator-initiated research programs. Second, they would like a set of programs at different stages along the research continuum. Third, they would like different types of programs. And fourth, they would like more funding for research, equipment, and research facilities. We could provide more details, but in general, from what we've gathered and analyzed to date, we found that ARP projects have been successful educationally, they've been sound investments economically, and we believe they fulfilled legislative intent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of Dr. Jarrett or comments? Then we'll move directly on to the comments from Dr. Sessler.
Good morning. If I could have the first slide, please. I'm going to talk about a series of compounds which are codenamed Texafriends, and we'll go straight to the next slide and we'll explain why. That one. In Texas, everything is bigger, and when I moved here, I was working on a class of blood pigments that have 4 nitrogens in the middle, and anyone in Texas knows about the Lone Star, either in the beer or in the flag, and so we wanted something with 5 nitrogens. Next slide. Our thoughts were that these would have useful medical properties, and I was fortunate to be involved with Dr. Richard Miller, who was actually my oncologist when I was in graduate school back at Stanford, and he and I developed a company. He runs that as president and CEO. It's based in Sunnyvale, California. That's because he lives there, and also at the time, 15 years ago, the venture capital from Texas was zero, and as you can see, the total investment to date is $1/3 billion. And as Dr. Jarrett knows, one of my personal goals is to turn that around and to make this state and this city one of the highlights and centers for emerging technologies. That was not true, but I hope it will be true. Next slide, please. There's a lot of data here, and we're not going to go through it now, but up in the top right, you can see that this compound, this drug, has the ability to go to tumors. You're looking at a poor girl with a brain tumor. It's turning white because it's MRI active, and over time, in conjunction with radiation, the tumor begins to shrink away. And at the risk of burning out your eyes, I'll point to that. So there's the tumor that you can see by MRI, and over the course of treatment, it goes away. The furthest along is metastatic brain cancer, which has been through 2 phase 3 trials. Next slide. And what we're looking at is time to neurological progression for brain mets from non-small cell lung cancer. Maybe down the bottom is the most important thing. This hits 90,000 cases in the U.S. per year. There is no FDA-approved treatment, and what we're trying to do then is keep this from happening. Next slide, please. The second phase 3 trial, prospective, randomized, and double-blinded, involved 550 patients. A positive trend was seen for the full treatment population, and in North America, absolutely outstanding results were seen, where the time went from 8.8 months without treatment to 24 months, so almost a trebling, and the hazard ratio meant down here 0.53 in lay terms means you have half as much chance of suffering this sort of debilitating neurological event. And we were very gratified that this drug, now renamed Excitrin, because north of the Red River nobody would really like Texafrin. And also our thinking was that if we couldn't get this to work for cancer with a name like Excitrin, we could capture part of the Viagra market. Next slide. What you're seeing here is the Kaplan-Meier curve, and you can study this at your leisure, but if we go out here to 24 months without the treatment, everybody is either dead or had this neurological event to the point where they're no longer really a person, and with it, you have about half the 50% of the people are still doing pretty well. Next slide. So, click one further. So where do we stand? After discussions with the FDA, we have decided to prepare an application for an NDA. That's a big deal. This is the first metal-based small molecule since the cisplatin drugs to make it that far. We're going to argue for approval based on the outstanding efficacy we see in North American patients, and over the full course of the 2 trials, we see a very good statistics for these small cell lung cancer patients. It's exceedingly safe. Anybody who's had any association with cancer chemotherapy knows that most drugs are really, really nasty. Why we may not succeed is that government bureaucracy is very tough, and the negotiated significance was not seen in each of the individual trials. But because there is no other treatment option, we hope we'll get approval by the FDA, and we'll know that within about 2 years. Next slide. So what I want to do is finally acknowledge various people. Highlighted in blue are inventors on the various patents. Toshiaki Murai, Tarek Modi, Greg Hemme, and Darren Manva were directly supported by ARP and TDT funds. NSF, NIH, DOE have provided follow-up funding. Pharmacyclics is the company. Richard Miller is my former oncologist who runs this company. Whether this drug works or not in a regulatory sense remains to be seen. We're convinced it works in a clinical sense, but I have to confess that even if it's good for cancer, it does not work for growing hair. So just keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sessler. Does anyone have any questions or comments? You can see why we wanted to have Dr. Sessler here today to put a face on these ARP awards and the kind of important work that's being done with these dollars out in across the state of Texas. And you can also see why Dr. Sessler has received several of these ARP awards over the years. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us. It was delightful to have you with us today. We appreciate that.
We sure hope it's successful, too.
Yeah, we certainly do. Yeah. And it looks like you're on the path. That's great. Next, the recommendations for continuation of the Advanced Research Program by the Advisory Committee on Research Programs, ACORP, will be presented to the board by Dr. Norman Hackerman, who is the chair of ACORP, and it's a delight to have you with us again. Dr. Hackerman, we always look forward to your visits, and I think we have about 5 minutes for each person's recommendations.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate the chance to be here and to discuss with you the request. I have a simple model of a system that produces economic advantage. Now, most people don't like models as simple because it can't be right if it's simple. But actually, this is right. It doesn't have all of the feedback and loops that might go into it, but it does say how much it costs to do work on the left-hand side, where we work in pure ignorance. We don't know what we don't know, and we try to find out something about it. On the right-hand side, it takes many, many more dollars and many, many more people. So in between there, between T and T minus, there's a major increase in expenditures and in individuals. And that's where the economic system begins to kick in. On the left side, we can do with 100 people and $100,000. On the right side, we need 100,000 people and billions of dollars. So the change a few years ago to emphasize emerging technology more concretely was a good change, because we didn't have enough to be able to make it have an effect on the economic system on the right-hand side of this model. Now, our request to you at this time is that you ask for an appropriation of $75 million for the biennium for ARP alone. That includes engineers, scientists, and mathematicians, all three. And the request is for $75 million, which of course is $37.5 per year, which is larger than we're using this year by a good deal. But the fact is, we're scraping bottom with that program as we now stand. To get two things, and one of them is the reason this program is in the hands of the coordinating board. One thing that's inevitably important in the whole process is a continuous and large optimum sequence of educated scientists, mathematicians, and engineers locally. And the other is money. Those are the two things that make this system work. So we think that the request is suitable because it's an educational-based request. We think it's important that there be an optimal stream of educated, not trained, educated mathematicians, engineers, and scientists. And we think that the system works because the people who like to delve into ignorance are different than the people who like to know what they're doing and build and produce things. So the request is a reasonable one. I think it's effective. You heard Mr. Jarrett. He is not anything, he's not related to ACORP at all, except that we hired him to do this study. And I was glad to hear what he had to say, obviously. So again, members of the board, I hope you will adopt this request of $75 million for the biennium. And I can tell you, I'm perfectly willing to guarantee it's going to make a big difference to the state. Thank you.
Neil?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, is this in the LAR?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, we are not acting on this request in this item. We are acting on Dr. Hackerman's request in agenda item 11B in the LAR request. And it was included in our information yesterday and discussed a little.
It's included as an exceptional item because we have to reduce our budget to it.
Which was at the top of our priority list for exceptional items. Yeah, third item. Any other questions or comments of Norm? Thank you very much for your insights and drawing the board's attention and the state's attention to the importance of ARP and improved funding in that area. And as I said, we will get to that in agenda item 11B. Our last report for this item is on the Emerging Technology Fund, presented by Mark Ellison, Director of Emerging Technology Fund. Mr. Ellison also has 5 minutes to bring his comments to the board. Thank you.
We're going to make it snappy, Madam Chairman. Committee members, Commissioner, good to be here with you to address this board, which is part of our family, if you will, being one of the funders of the fund. We appreciate that. Going to move very briskly, but if you'll allow me to do a bit of economic development before we start. Dr. Sessor, is your company still located in California?
Yes.
Before we get out of here today, let's have a chat about moving it to Texas. I think we can make you an offer that would be quite attractive.
One of the things I've learned is money talks and bullshit walks.
I can walk and talk both, so get ready.
That's great.
First off, I want to go through and move very quickly with some report about the fund. First off, let me specify one thing. The Emerging Technology Fund is not a research fund. It is a commercialization fund. Research is but one activity in the commercialization process. So we got to get in that frame of mind going forward. Now, with that said, let me give you some numbers. The fund has been in operation less than a year. It's a $200 million fund. You've got a brief on it. Let me tell you what we've done to date. We have recommended and or contracted for $61 million of the fund, with a remaining balance of give or take $138 million. The pace is picking up and moving projects through. There's, of course, 3 components of the fund. The subchapter D, the commercialization projects, which is truly the venture part of the fund. We've got approximately $22 million earmarked from that. The commercialization or the research matching grants, which we've been doing a lot of work on to get those set up. We have earmarked or recommended about $14 million of those. And the other part of the fund that we've got a lot of positive buzz about is the research superiority. At this stage, we've got earmarked or contracted approximately $24 million from that. So we're moving along quite briskly in that. Let me just stress again the focus of the fund is that the governor's direction is to focus on the convergence of 3 things in the state of Texas. To bring together for economic development purposes at a spot in a time the technology, the capital, and the talent to foster economic development. We've had bits and pieces of this over the years in Texas, but it's getting them all together in one place that has been the challenge, and I think we're moving very briskly to get that done now. The aspect of the commercialization focus on this can be best brought out in some numbers that we've seen here recently. Texas ranks very well in the creation of intellectual property. We're second in the nation by most measures. We're 14th in commercializing that technology. Far too much technology that's been created in the state has been exported elsewhere, which really drives us towards the heart of what the fund is all about. To talk about the higher ed component of this, one area where they're very involved is with our regional centers of innovation and commercialization. There are 8 of them statewide, 7 of them regional, 1 focus on the life sciences. The higher ed community is involved in every one of those aspects, every one of those centers. They're key to the effort. And the reason that we, as putting those together, wanted to make sure that we had higher ed at the table along with the economic development community is that this governor, the speaker, and the lieutenant governor see the higher ed community, and for that matter, the overall education community, is the key components of economic development in a community. We are all in the economic development business together. We are governed, if you will, to some degree by a 17-member committee appointed by the governor. I think I hold the title of the person in the state of Texas who has more bosses than just about anybody in state government, with 3 trustees and 17 committee members. Those committee members are the body as a whole, largely weighted towards people who are entrepreneurs, serial entrepreneurs, investors. Of course, in Texas, we can't do anything with at least 1 lawyer on there. We've got that. 1 economic developer, and we have 3 higher ed individuals on there that are a breath of fresh air. Linda De La Vigna from UTSA is Dean of the Business School. Pam Ibeck is Dean of the Engineering School at Texas Tech. And Tom Caskey is on faculty at UT Health Science Center in Houston. All 3 of whom are very entrepreneurial and have a track record in commercialization. Now, all aspects of the fund, the 3 components require a higher ed collaboration, whether that be licensing technology out of the universities, doing sponsored research there, working with business schools to develop marketing plans, business plans, working with community colleges and technical schools for specialized training of the technicians. I must tell you, many of the companies we've dealt with, I'll be straightforward with you, have pushed back with our requirement that you have a higher ed institution involved. We've done that for several reasons. A, it's in the legislation, but B, we think that the higher ed community has been underutilized in economic development and new venture creation in the state. We've got a significant investment. We've got great talent at higher ed institutions, but we're having to work through some things. Of course, you hear this too. Most often businesses will tell you, but I don't operate on a semester basis. Well, I think we can see that there's progress being made there. People are saying that we're going to have to move at the speed of business. And of course, that gets down to the point, the primary focus from the committee and the leadership, this is about new business creation. It gets back to that number on commercialization. While we've turned out a lot of great technology, that's only one part of it. The reason that venture capital has flocked to the West Coast and the East Coast is they have cultures of technology entrepreneurship there. We haven't had as much of that here. Sure, we've got some successes in the state of Texas, but we need to do more. Investors invest in people first. The talent comes first. They will tell you they'd much rather invest in a top talent team that has mediocre technology than somebody has great technology and a mediocre team. We have to develop that overall capacity, that ecosystem in the state where we've got the right talent, we've got the right technology coming together and to help foster that. If we'll do that, and that's the focus of the fund, to be able to bridge that gap, we will attract the other capital. That's already begun. Alan Kershoff, our Chief Operating Officer, if you will, the fund's here with me today, has headed up the effort to be able to reach out to the investor community around the world, and they've already started to come knocking. There are already 2 new funds being established in the state of Texas to co-invest with us into new ventures. Key point here, some sweet spots, if you will, of the committee, and they intend us to be globally competitive. If there's one state out there, one country more competitive than us, we're going to catch up with them, and we want to be able to do that at a very brisk pace. And I'll just tell you, straightforward from the committee, the way they look at it in their business and the way they look at the operation of the committee, where they want to go. That we operate in a global economy where there is no safe job, there is no safe market share, and there is no tenure. We better all get on the program because we know where the competition is, and we have to operate in that environment. The good news is we've had a lot of positive first steps made. A lot of it is a result of the cluster work that we worked with you on and your staff on that have happened already. And one that I will talk about related to the higher ed community that the governor is extremely excited about are the actions taken by the A&M Board of Regents as it relates to tenure. To be able to allow as a menu item of things that can be counted towards tenure, commercialization efforts, whether it's filing of patents, starting of companies, working with industry. He is very excited about that, encouraging others to consider that at the system level. One other one that I want to give you a heads up on that we're excited about also that will be at the next phase of this, We're working with the UT system, Chancellor Udolph, who will likely be taking the lead and working with all universities to address the technology licensing and commercialization infrastructure, if you will, in the state. One of the things we found out in the cluster work is that Texas wasn't as competitive as we need to be. We have a hodgepodge of policies related to getting technology out of our universities into the hands of businesses, in particular those new emerging companies who we want to get it up and running with. So the UT system, we're working with them to take the lead on that. Madam Chairman, I'm almost finished here. I'm going to end, having been a bit on the workforce side, on the talent side. I want to echo the comments you've heard today. I'll volunteer with you on the talent side. The barn's on fire. It would be a shame if we create new companies and get ready to help them grow when they get ready to go hire people if we don't have the talent there. We want to work with you on that. When we look at the demographics of the state, we have some positive things and we've got challenges that others do too. So with that, I'm going to make one request of the board. One of the things that we'd like to see in the committee is ask us to communicate is a better idea of what our inventory pipeline looks like from a talent point of view from universities, the mathematicians, the engineers. What do we have coming down the road? So that we can use it as a marketing tool to go recruit companies and help build companies, but also to be able to weigh in where we might need to focus our resources with that. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mark. Excellent report. Questions or comments?
Mark, this first year, the $61 million, I mean, how many projects is that represented, and are we getting two things? One, are we getting the number and the quality of the projects that we thought we'd generate out of the project? And secondly, is that coming from a geographic diversity across the state, or is it coming from more of just an urban density issue?
Well, let me talk to you about the numbers first. We have in the commercialization side of the fund alone, statewide received over 300 applications. The number has been there. It is a competitive process. I got to tell you, we operate somewhat like a venture capital fund. Well, a VC fund, they may take 1 out of 100 deals they look at. And most entrepreneurs kind of accept that, well, it wasn't a fit for them. But being a government-related entity headed by 3 elected officials, I have had a few comments from people, well, I voted for the you-know-what. What do you mean I can't have money? So it is competitive. We have to tell more people no. So we've had a good number. That number, as we go on, as people understand where the sweet spots are in the focus, the overall applicant number has gone up. The quality is going way up, which that's good. The geographic diversity is a concern of ours, and it's what we're going to be working with our regional centers on. Of course, the bulk of it are coming from the Metroplex, Austin, San Antonio, and Houston. But there are some bright spots out there across the state. But we've got to work to develop the infrastructure in the outlying areas of technology entrepreneurship. We've got to work with the university commercialization offices and their business schools, but also the business and economic development community in those regions. And so, building that infrastructure will be, in that ecosystem, will be the long-term legacy of the fund.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mark? Thank you very much. And I thank each and every one of you for your presentations today. It was very illuminating. And as I said, we will not be acting on any of these today, except we'll get to the LAR request on item 11B. Yes, sir. And we do not take any action on these. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Madam Chair, I just want to say to Dr. Hackerman, especially for the new board members, of how long he has stayed involved in this process. It hadn't been easy. We've had our funding cut. Doctor, this board has always felt strongly about it, and we are going to take it up. We talked about it quite a bit yesterday in our agency operations meetings. So thank you for all your support and help along these lines.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
My pleasure.
Thank you. And our agenda item 6Q, I would like to move up and take out of order. It is an update on the Texas Cluster Initiative, and since it's related to this previous discussion about our research efforts, I thought it was a little more logical to move it up at this point so that we could deal with all of the research areas at one time. This presentation will be made by Laurie Rich, who's Special Advisor for Governor Perry's office, and she once again will also have 5 minutes to make her report. We'll give her a moment to wend her way up here. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming, Laurie. We look forward to your comments.
Commissioner, how are you?
Good morning, Laurie.
I have a 5-slide PowerPoint. Very basic. There you go. You can go to the next one if you like.
Created based on legislation from SB 275 and 280, the cluster initiative developed for the first time in the history of the state a market-driven economic development strategy, and I might also add here that we are the only state in the nation that has a statewide cluster initiative. Other folks around the country are doing it at the local level or at the regional level, but we have a statewide strategy unlike any other state in the nation. The strategy is to join together public and higher education, workforce and economic development with industry leaders and stakeholders across the state in a concerted effort to be responsive to the dynamic influences of the global marketplace. As you know, workforce skill requirements will continually shift. To be responsive, we must not define education or workforce programs too narrowly, but we must develop collaborative network systems to adjust to the changes brought about by this new global environment. Technology is advancing at a rapid rate, and I'd like to read a quote from Ray Kurzweil, who is a world-renowned scientist in artificial intelligence and a 1990 recipient of the National Medal of Technology. An analysis of the history of technology shows that technological change is exponential, contrary to the common sense, intuitive, linear view. So we won't experience 100 years of progress in the 21st century. It will be more like 20,000 years of progress based on today's rate. Because we're doubling the rate of progress every decade, we'll see a century of progress in only 25 calendar years. Because the global marketplace is responsive to that rate of change, you, your colleagues, and your higher education constituents must also be responsive at that rate of change. Texas target clusters were determined based on the intersection of leading industries identified by economists Michael Porter and Ray Perryman as key targets to future economic growth. A key to successful cluster-based economic development lies in networking and mapping critical assets to a strategic vision. Texas's vision focuses on upgrading our competitive advantages and networking stakeholders statewide. Competitive advantage means that we must educate and train students of today to participate in the global economy of the future. In short, we must prepare knowledge workers. And in order to do that, we must focus on the 5 critical goals outlined here. And I'm not going to take the time to read them because you have them. The activities that are required to reach the vision of a system that prepares students for a future economy have been prioritized by 3 key Texas agencies. Listed here are some of the implementation activities based on the recommendations from the cluster representatives and identified as actionable by those state agencies. Those items that you see asterisks are collaborative efforts between agencies. I'd like to note 2 things on the Texas Workforce Commission list. The first is the Skills Development Fund, which has seen an increase in funding from $25 million to $40.5 million, and that's noteworthy because it was a recommendation of the cluster representatives as well as being a priority of the Higher Ed Coordinating Board. The other thing that I would also like to note is the $12 million in Workforce Investment Act grants. We are currently in the process of reviewing and negotiating with grant proposers based on those cluster initiatives or cluster industries. The first grants that will be let will be directed and focused on biotechnology. And one of the things that we're trying to do is get away from the historical practice of having a business say, we have this need, workforce development boards create a training program for that need, and then those needs are met. What we're trying to do with these grants is systemically change how we create a pipeline of skilled workers. So we're looking at innovation, we're looking at replicability, and we're looking at sustainability in these grants. The first ones will probably be announced in the next 30 days. We're currently in the process of evaluating advanced technology and manufacturing grants, and then there will be 2 subsequent grant processes coming out over the next number of months. On the P16 front, TEA recently announced the next cycle of funding for the STEM initiative, and I've brought a copy of that press release for your review. This happened on the 13th of this month, and it continues the ongoing investment in our youth pipeline. Additionally, TEA is ready to launch something called Achieve Texas. The ink is still wet on this, but I brought you copies of this, and it is a comprehensive implementation guide for local systems to align secondary and post-secondary programs and partner with business and industry to allow our students to be more academically competitive in this global environment. And I have provided a copy of this as well for your review. The list of recommendations and actionable items specific to the co-board has been listed. Can you go back one? Has been listed in the briefing that was prepared for you for this meeting, so I'm not going to go through these. But not included in that was the college readiness standards, which are being proposed in collaboration with TEA and the board. And this is noteworthy because not only that this is one of the major cluster recommendations, and while it's not part of this implementation guide, it is very significant to the cluster initiative. One of the other most important recommendations by industry is the skills and gap analysis, and Mark alluded to finding out where our future scientists are. But it is critical for us to also identify the number of students that are in sort of the cluster academic pipeline within our university systems, so that we may identify the gaps in the occupational supply chain. And I look forward to working with the co-board staff on that analysis and identifying how we can begin to close those gaps for industry. While the Coordinating Board Cluster Initiative priorities outlined here are indeed aligned to closing the gaps of 2015, they're not enough. We must do more to attract and retain students to those industry clusters that will drive the Texas economy and keep us globally competitive. And we must do more to eliminate those barriers and those silos that are often created between agencies and particularly with industry. This is the website for the cluster initiative. It's very comprehensive. While it has been written by scientists, after about 15 edits, it is certainly readable, and I think that there is some interesting cross-cluster issues that may be of interest to you. I'd like to end by thanking you for your participation in the cluster initiative over the last 18 months. We reaped an awful lot of information from those efforts. It's now time for us to sow the seeds of what we learned from those efforts, and we will look to you for your continued support in this ambitious endeavor. We have to do this together. We have to do it in collaborations with our partners and with industry. We have to eliminate the isolation that so often occurs as we pursue these things, because if we don't, we're not going to be able to meet industry's needs, and we are not going to be able to maintain our global competitiveness in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurie. Do we have any questions or comments for Laurie from the board? Thank you very much. We appreciate your report and all of the others that dealt with the technology area today. Sometimes I feel like we kind of short shift this area, and I thought it was important that we all get up to speed on what the very important initiatives that are taking place. The next item on our agenda is 6I, the consideration of approval of revised mission statements and preliminary authority requests for the following general academic institutions. Those are listed in your agenda, so I will not read them. We can either vote on all of these at one time or individually. In the interest of time, I recommend that we vote on all of them together. together, which would certainly shorten the amount of time that we need to spend on this. Is that agreeable with the board that we approach this that way? Okay, Carol, if you'd like to explain these items as a group, and then we'll entertain a motion at the end.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll move through them quickly. The Texas Education Code directs the board to review the mission statements and tables of programs of public higher education institutions across the state, usually every 4 years for each institution. The tables of programs indicate approved discipline areas and degree levels. Preliminary authority indicates the coordinating board will consider a proposal for a new program in the designated area if the institution meets all of the coordinating board standards related to program quality, commitment of resources and cost effectiveness, and state and regional need. The following 8 institutions are requesting approval of their mission statements. There are also 10 requests to add preliminary authority for program proposals. Madam Chair, the staff recommends approval of Lamar University's revised mission statement as it appears in your agenda materials. Madam Chair, the staff recommends reapproval of Prairie View A&M University's existing mission statement and recommends adding preliminary authority for a master's level public administration program and a doctoral level nursing program. The public administration program leads students to jobs in government and nonprofit organizations. The program would complement the existing Prairie View Master of Science degree in Community Development, which is a priority plan degree program, and a program that graduated 40 students in 2005. This will also complement Prairie View's MA degree in sociology. The College of Nursing is located in a new facility in the Texas Medical Center in Houston. Enhancing the nursing program is part of Prairie View's OCR priority plan. The nursing bachelor's program enrolls more than 350 students, and their master's program is also growing. Pass rates for the bachelor's students on the licensure exam are above 95%. 100% of the master's students pass the exam. 13 of the current nursing faculty hold PhDs in nursing, and the university has won several grants, including one for $1.2 million from the Houston Endowment. Madam Chair, the staff recommends approval of Tarleton State University's revised mission statement as it appears in your agenda materials. Staff also recommends adding preliminary authority for a bachelor's level health services allied health program, a master's level communication program, and a master's level nursing education and nursing administration program. The health services allied health degree will be a Bachelor of Applied Technology degree serving students with associate degrees in medical technology fields. Graduates will be suited for supervisory work in a variety of medical settings. The Tarrant County College District requested the degree, and it is expected to draw students from other community colleges as well. The master's degree in communications will prepare students for careers in areas such as public relations and corporate training. Tarleton's bachelor's degree in communications graduates approximately 35 students each year and is a good base for the master's program. The state needs both nursing programs at the master's level. Tarleton's bachelor's program graduates approximately 30 nursing graduates annually. Appropriately credentialed faculty are sufficient, and the university would add at least one more. The bachelor's nursing program graduates have a 100% pass rate on the licensure exam. Madam Chair, the staff recommends approval of the revised mission statement for Texas A&M University Commerce as it appears in your agenda materials. The staff also recommends adding preliminary authority for a bachelor's level sports and fitness management program and a bachelor's level health promotion program. Sports and fitness management students would be prepared for careers in sports recreation or executive administrative positions in local government or sports-related businesses. The university already has a related degree program in fitness and sports that graduates approximately 70 students annually. Sufficient faculty support this program. The health promotion program would replace the current non-teaching health major, and graduates could then sit for the health specialist certificate and work in hospitals providing basic health information to students or work in or work in the government. Madam Chair, the staff recommends reapproval of the existing mission statement for Texas A&M University Kingsville as it appears in your agenda materials. Madam Chair, the staff recommends approval of the revised mission statement for Texas A&M University Texarkana as it appears in your agenda materials. Staff recommends adding preliminary authority for a bachelor's level electrical engineering program, a bachelor's level political science program, and a master's level nursing education and nursing administration program. Texas A&M University Texarkana believes it must grow its own engineers to serve its community. The University of Texas at Tyler is the closest institution with with a EE degree. In 4 years, Texas A&M University Texarkana has hired a former Associate Dean of Engineering from Johns Hopkins University and raised pledges of more than $6 million. The institution has already hired 3 EE faculty with PhDs, and the Texarkana ISD is building a science engineering magnet school, and 350 students in that area have expressed interest in the program. The university has a Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Information Systems that will complement the EE program, and Texarkana College or other institutions can provide a number of math and science prerequisite courses to students at this upper-level university. The Political Science Bachelor's degree is a standard element of any liberal arts curriculum, and the university has already hired 2 PhDs in political science. Master's prepared graduates of the Nursing Education and Nursing Administration program would be in demand to teach at community colleges or for hospital work. The BS program in nursing graduates approximately 10 students annually, and the institution is prepared to hire additional faculty in that program if it receives approval for the program. Madam Chair, the staff recommends reapproval of the existing mission statement for Texas Tech University as it appears in your agenda materials. Madam Chair, the staff recommends reapproval of the existing mission statement for West Texas A&M University as it appears in your agenda materials. This concludes my summary on these items, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Carol. Any questions or comments? You've heard staff recommendations in regard to all of these items. Yes, Neil? We have a motion from Neil, a second from Elaine. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is item 6J, the consideration of preliminary authority requests for Texas State University San Marcos, the University of Texas at Dallas, the University of Texas at San Antonio, the University of Texas Medical Branch at Galveston, and a mission statement revision for the University of North Texas. We can either vote on all of these at once or individually. I recommend all of them at once. Does the committee, the group concur? Carol?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Texas Education Code directs the board to review the mission statements and tables of programs normally every 4 years, but institutions may request changes to their mission statement or table of programs outside the 4-year cycle when circumstances warrant. 4 institutions are asking for 7 preliminary authority additions and 1 mission statement approval in this item. Madam Chair, the staff recommends adding preliminary authority for a doctoral program in physical therapy at Texas State University San Marcos. Not moving to a DPT puts institutions at a disadvantage now and could actually weaken the pool of qualified students who are lucky to come into Texas to go into a physical therapy program, since this has become a national trend. The current program has a 97% graduation rate over the last 3 years and is graduating 35 students annually. Students' licensure exam pass rate is 100%. Madam Chair, the staff recommends adding preliminary authority for a doctoral level program in arts and technology at the University of Texas at Dallas. This is an interdisciplinary program which is really a fusion of technology and other disciplines, including elements such as digital design and interactive narrative, computer animation, or game design. It draws on an interaction of humanities, creative and performing arts, engineering, and computer science. Madam Chair, the staff recommends adding preliminary authority at the University of Texas at Dallas for a master's level program in city, urban, community, and regional planning, a master's level program in kinesiology and exercise science, a doctoral level program in child development, and a doctoral level program in public administration and social services. The city and regional planning program will complement the university's current architecture program and master's degree in public administration, and dual degrees are possible with both of these programs. Most job demand will be in city government. The kinesiology and exercise science program will prepare students for careers in K-12 settings as teachers and coaches and mid-level managers in healthcare settings. This degree will replace an MA in education with a concentration in health and kinesiology. The BS in kinesiology produces more than 100 graduates each year, and the BS in health has 25 graduates annually. Currently, San Antonio is the only one of the 4 largest cities in the state without this program. The PhD in child development is designed as an interdisciplinary degree drawing from psychology, educational policy, sociology, communications, early childhood education, curriculum and instruction, and health. Graduates would be prepared for careers in schools, community organizations, in government and in academia. The program would be enhanced by work with the Child and Adolescent Policy Research Institute at UTSA. The program's focus would be on cross-cultural research, and the PhD in Public Administration and Social Services, which would be housed in the College of Public Policy, would also draw faculty from departments in public administration, criminal justice, and social work. The program is also designed with collaborations with the Culture and Policy Institute, the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio, and the University of Texas Health Science Center School of Public Health, which is on the UTSA campus. Currently, the Master Public Administration program graduates 25 to 35 students per year. Similar programs exist at UTA, UTD, University of North Texas, and UT Austin. Madam Chair, the staff recommends adding preliminary authority for a doctoral level program in physical therapy at the University of Texas Medical Branch at Galveston. This is the oldest program in Texas. 8 of the 11 faculty there already have doctoral degrees. Another 6 in physical therapy are a closely related school. The faculty is sufficient to support the program, and some of those same issues I mentioned earlier related to regional and national competition for strong students would apply to that program proposal as well. Madam Chair, the staff recommends approval of the University of North Texas revised mission statement as it appears on your agenda materials. And that concludes my summary.
Thank you, Carol. Any questions or comments? Motion to approve. We have a motion from Lynn, a second from Nancy. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We really are getting to the end here, folks. Agenda item 6K1 is a request from Sam Houston State University of a Doctor of Education degree with a major in reading. Carol, will you explain very briefly on each of these next items?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, the staff recommends approval and authorization to implement a Doctor of Education degree with a major in reading at Sam Houston State University on condition that within 3 years the institution will submit a report confirming the presence of faculty and other resources consistent with institutional commitments. The report will also provide an assessment of student progress. The doctoral degree proposed by Sam Houston State University would prepare students to design and conduct research studies in the fields of reading and literacy. The proposed program would prepare reading leaders to impact school district level policies and address the needs of faculty working with developmental reading students at community colleges and universities. Graduates of the proposed program would be prepared to serve as faculty members at colleges and universities or as district-level specialists in independent school districts. The proposed program would also support the need of community colleges, combining the reading course of study with elective hours in a community college leadership program, producing graduates with extensive knowledge about adult reading, literacy, and related curriculum design who could assume leadership roles in community colleges. The program would build on the university's already nationally accredited master's level reading specialist program. This would be the institution's 5th doctoral program. The institution also notes the demand for doctorally prepared reading specialists and administrators at independent school districts, particularly in South Texas. The institution projects 38 students would enroll in the program by the 5th year. It has 5 core faculty and 10 support area faculty who would be contributing to the program. All core and support faculty are doctorally degreed and actively engaged in research. The existing facilities and library resources are sufficient to support the program. Doctoral candidates would be required to complete several clinical field experiences using many of the local school districts and community colleges in the area, as well as the university's Lifespan Literacy Center. It is the intent of the department in the College of Education at Sam Houston State University to seek national accreditation of the proposed doctoral program from the International Reading Association at the appropriate time. Estimated costs and revenues appear in your agenda. Madam Chair, the staff recommends approval and authorization of this degree as stated in full at the beginning of this summary.
Thank you. Do we have a motion? We have a motion by Nancy, a second by Joe. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We're going to skip to item 6M, which is a report on Joint Admissions Medical Programs, or JAMP. No action is required. This is an information item. They have some time conflicts, so those folks are going to move up on the agenda, and we'll get through this as quickly as possible. Kathleen Fallon is the chair of the JAMP Council and Associate Dean of Student Affairs and Admissions at Texas A&M University Health Science Center, and she will provide an overview of the program and 2 current JAMP students, Audrey Sato, is that correct? Yes. and Renee De La Torre are here as well to give us their perspective on this program. We're always delighted when we have students participate. Following their presentation, Dr. Kenneth Shine, who is Vice Chancellor of Health Affairs at the University of Texas System, will also briefly address the board. Please hold your questions until the presentation has ended, and if you could make this as brief as possible, we would certainly appreciate it. Go.
I'll talk real fast. Thanks to the members of the coordinating board for allowing us to present the Joint Admissions Medical Program.
And I'm sorry, Nancy is also joining the panel. I just went right past you. Quite all right. And you have heard from her once today. You all know Dr. Dickey. Thanks.
There should be a packet of information that's going out to the board members, but briefly, the JAMP program was created by the Senate Bill 740 in the 77th legislature, and this is truly a unique program. It's really the only statewide program that I'm aware of, and that we've been around for quite some time, that's a statewide pipeline program for economically disadvantaged students to attend medical school. And for purposes of JAMP, we define economic disadvantage as Pell Grant eligibility. Basically, the JAMP program is a partnership between all 8 medical schools in the state of Texas and 65 institutions, public and private institutions of higher ed across the state. The way the program was originally envisioned, 10% of the entering freshman medical student seats would be reserved for JAMP participants. There's a scholarship component for both undergraduate and medical school, but it's much more than just a scholarship program. It's truly a comprehensive program to provide support for undergraduate students in both their undergraduate years and in medical school. There's a coordinated effort between faculty representatives on every campus, every participating campus, and the medical schools to provide mentorship, tutoring, academic support, whatever the students may need. One of the other really remarkable, I think, parts of the program are the 6-week summer programs that are put on at each medical school for the participants in JAMP, and they come between the 2nd and 3rd undergraduate years and the 3rd and 4th undergraduate years. And this is where the students really get to find out what it's like to be a medical student. They're tailored for the level that they're currently in. We try to give them some idea of medical school classes with tastes of things like anatomy, physiology, biochemistry. We also give them the opportunity to interact within a preceptorship program in a physician's office. There's ethical seminars, ethical discussions on issues in medicine. Between the 2nd and 3rd year, we have an MCAT preparation program, which is put on by Kaplan and is tailored to the JAMP participants. And actually, they have the opportunity to continue with this preparation for the medical college admission test throughout the year. We also have enrichment classes that help them when they go back to their undergraduate institutions in things such as writing skills, learning skills, prep courses for organic chemistry, and a whole bunch of other things. The program is overseen by the JAMP Council, which basically has members from all 8 medical schools and has input from the undergraduate institutions, and that provides oversight for program components as well as economic budget oversight. Speaking for the Council, we're deeply committed to the success of the JAMP students and the JAMP program. We're also committed to the concept of continuous improvement, and therefore we've tweaked the program quite a bit over the last 2 legislative sessions, and that's also on the handout. Some of the things that we've done is we've created an alternate pool so that spots that may come open, we can put other students into those spots. We've changed the entry from the spring of the freshman year to fall of the sophomore year, and also have developed a pre-JAMP program to provide some support and mentoring for prospective applicants. We've also begun working with private funding sources for scholarship support. I think JAMP is making great strides in closing the gaps. You can see from the charts, we've now selected 3 classes of students. Our first class of students will be entering medical school this fall in about a couple of days, right? Yeah. 70% of our students come from health professions shortage areas, and 40% of our current participants are from traditionally underrepresented minority groups. So I think it's truly a pipeline program, not just from the flagship institutions, but from every institution across the state. Now for the bad part, the funding. we've never been funded to the degree that the program was first envisioned. And as you can see from some of the charts, the shortfall has been progressive over the last 2 bienniums. I'd like to point out that while the number of students we've been serving has increased, the funding has actually been decreasing. And what this has translated to is actually a decrease in the amount of funds for the undergraduate institutions, the medical schools, and a decrease in the number of seats that we would have had available. So there is a chart that shows the number of students we could have served with improved funding and the number of students that we've had been able to serve. We've gone down from the 10%, which would have been 128 seats, to 69. But beyond just the students that are actually participants in JAMP, I think there's also been some other benefits for the state of Texas. The tutoring and resources that have gone on in the undergraduate institutions have been open to other students, and it's promoted other students to be interested in health careers. I think the collaboration between the medical schools has really been unprecedented. Well, I know it's unprecedented. Sometimes medical schools have a tendency to be competitive, but I think the medical schools have gotten together and have tried to see ways to improve undergraduate education to address the access issues. And now I'd like to introduce 2 of our incoming medical students. One we have is Renee Delatorre, who received her undergraduate degree from Texas A&M Corpus Christi and will be attending UT Health Science Center in San Antonio. And our other is Audrey Sato, who attended Angelo State University and will be attending TCOM in the fall. So Renee, would you like to start off?
Good morning to you all. My name is Renee Marie Delatorre, and I'm a member of the Texas A&M University Corpus Christi class of 2006 and the University of Texas Health Science Center San Antonio Medical School class of 2010. As the saying goes, I was not born in Texas, but I got here as fast as I could. And I learned one thing about being a Texan, and that is pride. We all have our one moment of pride, and mine came on December 15th, 2005. That day, I discovered that I was accepted into medical school. My acceptance represented long hours of hard work, of sacrifice, and of perseverance. My acceptance marked the end of one journey and the beginning of another. I embarked on this significant journey my freshman year of college. It was during my first semester that I learned of a new program enacted by the 77th Texas Legislature called the Joint Admissions Medical Program. I was just getting situated in college when the staff at Texas A&M Corpus Christi were already encouraging us to start looking at the next step. I thought about the prospect of medical school and wondered if it was for me. I've always been interested in the field of science, but was not familiar with the process of obtaining a medical degree. But after hearing about the JAMP program, I became really interested. So as any good scientist does, I started to do my research. I attended pre-medical organization meetings and shadowed a local physician by the name of Dr. Eric Gross. Slowly, I came to realize that this is the field for me. Medicine is the synthesis of everything that I enjoy. I like the science aspect, as well as the interaction between physician and patient. Each of us has that deciding moment, that moment when we need to submit our name, to turn in our application, or to decide what our future will be. Some of us have to make that decision early in life, some later. But imagine being 18 years old and knowing that you will gain entrance into one of the Texas medical schools upon completion of your college career. I was elated, and I was proud. Being a member of JAMP has been the greatest asset in my journey to medical school. From this program, I have learned so much. From this program, I have seen so much. From this program, I will carry with me an added edge. One of the benefits of the JAMP program is attending an internship every summer. My first summer internship was at Texas A&M University College Station School of Medicine. During that summer, I got my first experience of what it was like to attend medical school classes. We even took an anatomy lab course, which is quite a rarity among sophomore-level university students. My sophomore summer was with the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center at Dallas. I was assigned a preceptorship with Dr. Lynn Rapolo in the emergency room at Parkland Memorial Hospital. Because of this wonderful experience, I am now interested in the trauma aspect of medicine. I spent the summer between my junior and senior year of college at the University of North Texas College of Osteopathic Medicine. This was my last summer internship with JAMP program, and we took the opportunity to prepare for the rigorous application process that will befall us during the following semester. This is reflective of my entire time spent with JAMP. My experience enabled me to be well prepared for medical school applications and hopefully for medical school itself. I am so thankful. Every step of the way, the people involved with the Joint Admissions Medical Program have been extremely helpful. Our class was the trailblazers. We were the first. And this program is so unique that we as participants found it hard to believe all of the benefits that we received. The scholarships and stipend really helped during my time at Texas A&M University Corpus Christi, and the experience garnered through summer internships is invaluable. I was a member of a small group of students in the state of Texas that were informed of our med school acceptance on December 15, 2005. On that day, I reaped the fruit of the hard work and sacrifice. On that day, I became a member of the medical school class of Texas of 2010. But I will always count myself as a fortunate and grateful participant of the first class of students in the Joint Admissions Medical Program. In everything we do, there are tough decisions to make, but sometimes we are asked to do something above and beyond, to stand up and with that proud Texas voice declare our state and all its aspiring doctors deserving of the best.
Great job, thank you.
My speech won't be nearly as eloquent, but my name is Audrey Sato, and I'm from Amarillo, Texas, and I went to Angelo State University in San Angelo, Texas, and I start orientation actually at the Texas College of Osteopathic Medicine in Fort Worth on Monday, and JEP has provided me with some excellent opportunities. The summer internships that everybody's been talking about, I attended at TCOM, where I'm going now, Texas College of Osteopathic Medicine, UT Health Science Center at San Antonio, and University of Texas Medical Branch at Galveston. And at these three internships, my experiences of medicine were enriched tremendously. I was able to follow physicians and see surgeries and procedures that not just anybody can see. And the hidden details of the health professions that you don't know that there's people in the back of the offices that call the insurance companies and just wait forever to find out what you can have done. Also, my education was benefited also tremendously. I had the biochemistry course, which I had before my formal biochemistry course in school, which helped me. I knew some more things than the other people in my class beforehand. We also did a really neat embryology course, which my undergraduate school didn't offer, so it was something that new that I couldn't have anywhere else. We also had the MCAT prep classes, which are very expensive if you have to pay for it on your own, and they were so helpful in preparing to take the test, which is necessary to get into medical school. And there were also various other classes that just helped me in my application and just my knowledge. These opportunities would be extraordinary for any student, but for socioeconomically disadvantaged students, these opportunities offered by JAMP are paired with the funding can increase their chances of acceptance into medical school. And I do think I would have made it into medical school without the JAMP program, but the JAMP program has it's made everything so much easier, and I think that many of my peers also would have gotten into school without the program, but that just shows you the quality of the students that are going into the Joint Admissions Medical Program, and that they could have made it without it, but with JAMPS, it was we had a helping hand. And there were some that maybe couldn't have made it as easily. They would have had a more difficult time, but with the scholarships offered by JAMP, they had to work less, which offered us more time for studying. And with the internships, we could explore medicine without worrying about spending money that we needed for school in the fall, so we could enjoy our 6-week-long internship that was paid for without worrying, I didn't work 40 hours a week this summer, how am I going to pay for school? Without JAMP, I would be in greater debt with much, much, much less experience and understanding of medicine. JAMP is a great program, and I think it's very different from many of the other programs that I've seen in Texas. It casts a wider net for students to fall into. It's not just for ethnic minorities, and it's not just for a certain group of students that come from a county or just one school, but for all of Texas. And because of this, we have a great diversity of the different types of students we have in our program. And as the demographics of Texas are changing, you see more Hispanics and more ethnic minorities and just different social classes of people coming into Texas. And it's so important to have a diversity in medicine that I think this program is pipelining into the medical field
This year, I think I asked Mr. Hermesmeyer, and they said 39 students in our class are matriculating into medical school, and I know from the 3 internships that I had, the people are so diverse. They come from West Texas and in the Valley and all over the place, and they're so different, but we still have one common thread. And I think it would be wonderful to expand the JAMP and all it could do for the students of Texas and for the people of Texas. And finally, I would like to extend my thanks to the coordinating board for all their assistance with helping the JAMP program become the great program that it is.
I'm Ken Shine, Executive Vice Chancellor for Health Affairs at the University of Texas System, and thank you for the opportunity to address the board. The eloquence of these young people exceeds anything that we bureaucrats can say. But I want to make 3 points with you. The first is this state is incredibly short of physicians. The ratio of physicians to the general population across the country averages 228 per 100,000 of direct patient care physicians. We have 158. So do the arithmetic. We're at least 30% low, and we're growing at a rapid rate. We need more doctors. We need more medical residents, and that's another speech I'll make some other time, but that we're leading the charge. We're embarrassingly short of medical residents in this state. But we're also in need of a diverse group of physicians who can go into medical school and who can go into the medical residencies that we are going to increase over the next several years. That means giving opportunities to economically disadvantaged and ethnically disadvantaged groups. One of your board members, Elaine Mendoza, has served on the task force on access to health care in Texas, Code Red, which I hope you'll hear a lot more about over the next few months. But in that report, there was an important emphasis on expanding opportunities for physicians of a diverse background who are going to be essential if we're going to provide culturally sensitive and effective health care in this state. The JAMP program, my second point, is a potential national model of a pipeline program. We're all kvetching about pipelines. Every medical school, every nursing school will tell you we need to improve the pipeline. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. These young people get identified as early as high school in terms of their interests. And then, as you heard, in the fall of their sophomore years, they matriculated in this program. Of the 69 students who matriculated recently in the program, 38% are Hispanic, and the number of African Americans has varied from between 9 and 13%. Low, but still 3 times what the current matriculation is overall in our medical schools. So that it's a remarkable program from a point of view of a pipeline, which brings me to the third point. It is embarrassingly underfunded. The idea that this state is prepared to only spend $1,700,000 a year, which has the potential to produce young people of the kind you've sought, is outrageous. The original authorization was for $10 million, and in fact, we should be spending $10 million per biennium. Now, I appreciate the fact that in your special items, you've proposed increasing the 3.3 to 6 million, and I applaud you for that. I hope you do that. But we are committed to trying to get full funding for this program, because we can, if we do that, triple the number of young people going to medical school. And instead of 34, it can be 100. And that would make a heck of a lot of difference. Now, recently we received a bequest in the University of Texas System, which will produce $180,000 a year in income beginning next year. And my recommendation, the Chancellor has authorized us to apply all of that $180,000 a year to the JAMP program. Unfortunately, we can only do it in UT schools because of the nature of the gift, which was a UT school gift. But we're hoping that our other sister systems who are working in this collaborative program will also try to find ways to increase the scholarship. You've heard already this morning that for economically disadvantaged young people, debt is a very frightening event.
And as a consequence, anything we can do to improve scholarships are essential. And finally, we've created a 501c3 foundation, which under the law allows us to raise private money. Dr. Dickey and I are both members of the board of that. And for the UT system, one of the problems here is that the individual medical schools, all of whom participate, don't find this program a very attractive one to put on their LAR list. I mean, how do you put 2 students, if you will? So you have to really step up to the bar, in my view, to provide leadership. And I promise you that the University of Texas system will list as a system goal the full funding of JAM, so that we try to move this over the next couple of years. We know the students are out there, and we think we need to take advantage of them. And I think you've got 2 wonderful examples of them here. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Nancy, did you want to add anything? Thank you very much. We appreciate the panel. Neil, did you have something to say?
In terms of, and in fact, that's the question I was going to ask, if you were seeking other sources of funding other than through the legislature, and obviously you've done that. I assume it's in its infancy stage at this point, from what you're saying. But to me, that's just these 2 examples. That's got to elicit some interest from foundations and from business and this state in terms of funding this kind of thing. Thank you for that leadership.
Well, thank you for your leadership in this regard.
My question was, to fully fund one JAMP student, is it quantifiable? Do you know what it takes? Like, well, 180,000. What's going to do?
Well, I won't fully. The cost. If you look at the fact that we matriculated 35 students at the end of the day on a budget of about $1.7 million per year, the overall cost is about $50,000 for the full period of the time to get a student. Now, I would remind you, we spend $47,000 a year per year on a student in medical school once they get there. And what we're saying is that for $50,000 spread over a period of time, we can have young people get mentored, get experiences. And remember, we've got folks in South Texas, West Texas, who never even thought of going to medical school and don't have the foggiest idea what's involved. You've heard about the notion of getting the funding so you can take the MCAT exam. So we think this is a critically important way to reach down, and that money, even though only 34 of them, I guess, matriculated this year, there are still those who are in the program for 2 or 3 years. They go off into nursing or they go into allied health. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, there's not. Yeah. It definitely opens the door to opportunity for so many. Neil?
One other question. In terms of our $6 million commissioner in the LAR, were we aware of the $10 million that it would take to fully fund this program?
Well, we knew that we've known that the program has suffered cuts.
Right.
And,
right.
Yes. I wasn't aware of the $10 million figure specifically, but we were concerned to ramp up funding for it.
Yes. Commissioner, we're grateful for any help you can get. I think you can sense we're very passionate about this. We can't keep talking about getting diversity in medical schools if we're not going to make investments. And this is the way you do it. And I'm just very proud of the faculty, with Dr. Fallon and her committee. I mean, this is a system-wide activity, a statewide activity. All of the schools, we need to increase the participation of historically black institutions in this program, and we're working hard to do that. But I think there's some real opportunities here, and I hope that you'll help us with it.
Thank you very much. Elaine?
I just want to say congratulations to the 2 of you. Many blessings as you go forward in your journey, and thank you for being such great role models for so many. I hope you will go back to your communities and tell your story and recruit more students from your high schools, from your cities, from your areas to forward, keep going. Go to the elementary schools, go to the middle schools, and tell your story. So you guys are great examples of the potential and of what we need, as Dr. Shine has already said, in this state. So congratulations, and thank you very much for what you're going to do.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There are 3 items under 6K. I'm just going to read those very briefly to you. We're going to vote on each one in rapid succession. Item 6K2 is a request from the University of Texas at Arlington for a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in educational leadership. Do I have a motion? We have a motion from Nancy, a second from Lynn. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 6K3 is a request from the University of Texas at San Antonio for a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in anthropology. Do we have a motion? We have a motion from Elaine, a second from Paul. All in favor? Aye. I drink to that. The final degree program request in agenda item 6K4 is a request from the University of Houston Clear Lake for a Doctor of Education degree with a major in educational leadership. Do we have a motion? Laurie, a second from Lynn. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. I will just draw your attention to items 6L and P. You can look at those items in your agenda material and familiarize yourself with those reports. Item N and O are on the consent calendar, and item Q we have removed earlier in the agenda. We do have one housekeeping item to clear up. A word was misused in, I believe, a mission statement.
Yes, Madam Chair. Let me restate the motion in item 6I. Madam Chair, the staff recommends reapproval of the revised mission statement for West Texas A&M University as it appears in your agenda materials. I inadvertently said existing. It should be revised.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience. I apologize for the length of our report today, but we had a lot of really important information to get caught up on. Thank you. I apologize.
Oh, you did fine. It's just Neil. We're sorry that he won't be able to give his committee reports today. Mr. Adams, let's talk about this a minute. We've got 5 minutes before noon. How long do you think?
I think it'll take very long.
Okay. Let's go ahead then. We'll move forward.
Oh, man.
One of the things that I failed to announce that I want to announce is that our new board member, Fred Heldenfels, I'm going to appoint him to the Strategic Planning Committee and the Agency Operations Committee. So I want to make that announcement this morning. Mr. Adams?
Okay. Wow, what a morning. What's incredible opportunities that were presented this morning. I've been on this board, Bob, not as long as Bob, but Curtis and I have been together in this class in Lorraine, but I don't know that we've had a better group of presentations, not just the content of the presentation, the way it was presented, but the substance of what it represents and the opportunity for young men and women of this state. So incredible. Agenda item 7E, consideration of adopting amendments to Section 13142 of Board Rules concerning financial planning. That was on the consent calendar. That was for final consideration. That's a clarification of the definition of designated tuition. Agenda item 7A is, I just want to let you know that Mr. Shepard and I have asked and received for names of representatives from institutions from each of the systems and the individual institutions to comprise the work group task force to discuss capital funding for higher ed in this state. Bob and I are extremely excited about those that have indicated their willingness to serve on this task force. I think this is a critical issue. We have got to get some sense of planning and direction and capital funding of this state and get away from the way we've done business in the past, because it's not really serving anybody's purpose, really. So we'll be reporting on that as we move forward in the next few days, because we will obviously need to have, we intend to hope to have a plan available to make some recommendations to this board as well as ultimately the legislature on that issue in this coming session. Agenda item 7B. At each board meeting, we receive a report on one of the goals of closing the gaps, and in July, we received the overall progress that the state has made on closing the gaps. A copy of the progress report was mailed to each of you, and I hope you had an opportunity to read that. It was mailed to you a couple of weeks ago. Susan Brown is going to give us a quick overview of where we are. Susan?
Thank you.
Next slide. As you know, at the October board meeting, y'all voted to raise the target for the Closing the Gaps, the goal, to 630,000 additional students. Because we had already reached the 2005 goal, this next slide shows that what we have done is we have made some very fast progress for the first 4 years, and then between 2004 and 2005, there was actually a slowing of the pace. In fact, we only increased 13,000 students between 04 and 05, which compares to roughly, well, the first couple of years we did 40 and 50,000 students each of those years. So there was a dramatic slowdown. Part of that, there were actually 4,500, back up one. There were 4,500 fewer high school graduates between the 04 graduating class and the 05 graduating class. And here's a little bit of good news, and I'll illustrate this in a slide in a minute, is that actually there were more students from those public high schools that went to college. Even though we had fewer students, we had more go on to college. So that increased briefly. In some preliminary reviews we have looked at, there's actually been a slowdown in the number of first-time entering students, not from directly from high school, but from other sources, those who had not gone straight from high school, that sort of thing, and of students who, what we call stop-out students, those who have been in school, they're out of school, and then they're coming back in. There was a reduction in the number of students that are coming back in, and that's where this slowdown has happened. Next. This slide shows a comparison between 95 to 2000 and between 2000 and 2005. As you can see, the growth continues to be at the community college level. The part that surprised me was that between 95 and 2000, the independent institutions actually accounted for 18% of the growth. And between 2000 and 2005, they were only 5% of the growth. Most of that switched over to the universities. Next slide. This slide...
Do we have any indication of why that occurred?
No, because I just pulled those numbers yesterday.
Okay.
But that is something I think
we need to look at that.
To look
we'll talk
into.
to Carol and her
yes.
why that occurred.
This slide actually illustrates one of the big challenges that we have. There's a darker blue shows the progress between 2000 to 2005. The red shows what we need to accomplish the 2010 Closing the Gaps target. And the light blue separate bar shows what the institutional targets would get us to for 2010. As you can see, for the Hispanic enrollment, we have a major problem. This is something that we're going to have to discuss with the institutions. We'll be working with the Participation Success Division to see what we can do to help them to get those targets, because if we're not targeting that number of students, there's no way we're going to get there. 3 regions, and this is not going to be a big surprise. South Texas, Metroplex, and the Gulf Coast is where most of the growth is. It's where we expect to see most of the growth continue. This is the slide that shows the little bit of good news that we have. Like I said, even though we had a smaller high school graduating class, we actually had more students go straight from high school, from the public high schools, into higher education. It was a small number, but it actually raised the percent from 44.5% up to 45.4%. Another little bit of good news is that the number of students that enter into higher ed from high school, 86% had taken the recommended or above high school diploma type. That number is continuing. The class that started in 2004, the high school class that started in 2004, so they won't graduate until 2008, is the first class where the recommended high school program is the default curriculum. So we won't actually see that till the 2008 class. This slide has remained relatively unchanged for years, unfortunately. This is the non-economically and economically disadvantaged students who enroll in higher ed. The light blue shows the percentage of students that go on to higher education by ethnic group for those that are non-economically disadvantaged, and the red for the economically disadvantaged. Asian
is the only group where it doesn't seem to make much difference. And these are students that go on to community colleges or universities. This is an overview. We've had the lowest growth between 2004 and 2005. We've had the lowest amount of increase since 1995. Hispanic growth, even though we enrolled approximately 81,000 additional Hispanic students in this time frame, it's still far short of what we need. And the little bit of good news we have is that the percentage of students coming from high school are starting to increase, and hopefully that's a trend that we can continue and maybe increase at a faster pace.
Thank you, Susan. That data indicates, Commissioner, that we obviously have our work cut out for us, and what we probably, I think we need to analyze is what we've been doing and how effective has it really been, or do we need to look at some other strategies related to increasing those numbers? But that's unfortunate. Next, thank you, Susan. Next item is agenda item 7C. This is a companion item to what Lorraine had. Lorraine had the academic side. This is the real estate side of the University of Houston issue, and it's consideration of request for board approval by the University of Houston to purchase property at 20555 State Highway 249 in Houston, Texas. This is an issue that Chairman Shepard has authorized the Commissioner to table this item to allow us further time to study. The Commissioners communicated that information to members of the Board of Regents, University of Houston, the administrative staff, as well as the other presidents and chancellors of other institutions. There also was a meeting here on Monday of those interested representatives with the coordinating board staff and Commissioner. We'll continue to look at this. It appears on the surface, until you start really getting into it, but it appears it's an opportunity, a great opportunity, not just for University of Houston, but for all these institutions, if they work together and focus on the fact that it's about kids and opportunities. I think if the institutions do that, they can make this thing happen. Therefore, I need a motion from the board to table this agenda item. Lori makes the motion. Lynn seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And I wish those institutions well, because I think that is an opportunity that we really need to take advantage of. Agenda item 7D is the next item on our agenda, and that was on the consent calendar and was approved. I would also direct your attention, on item E was on the consent calendar. Item D in your book is a list of the numerous projects that have been approved since the last board meeting that were either Susan's level or Commissioner Predis' level for approval, or the committee level approval. We didn't have any on the board this time. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our agenda. Thank you very much, Chairman Adams.
The board will now meet in closed meeting to deliberate the following matters. 1, consultation with the Commissioner regarding personnel matters pursuant to Section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. 2, consultation with attorney regarding possible litigation over termination of contracts pursuant to Section 551.071 Texas Government Code. And 3, consultation with attorneys regarding investigation relating to possible criminal activities in the loan program operation pursuant to Section 551.071 Texas Government Code. 4th, consultation with attorney concerning the administration of the Texas College Student Loan Bonds pursuant to Section 551.071 Texas Government Code. And finally, consultation with attorney regarding the selection of external auditors pursuant to Section 551.071 Texas Government Code. We'll now go into executive session. And reconvene the coordinating board in open session. I have been reminded by a few fellow board members, rightly so, that because of some time constraints and a lot of other issues, one of which is our LAR, which is a very important subject that we're going to talk about here in just a little bit, that we spend very little time on closing the gaps and where we stand today, which is obviously our central theme. And I don't want anybody to think that it isn't important to us. And Commissioner, we're going to talk about this and revisit this in our next meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I would beg to differ because I think the presentations were all about closing the gap.
Well, true.
They were, but we didn't get to the report and we didn't get through the data in that regard. So we're going to talk about that in October again, Mr. Adams.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. This time I'd like to call on the Commissioner for his 4.5-minute report.
On the clock, I won't take 4.5 minutes. I simply want to take this opportunity to introduce some new staff members to the board, one of whom is not here. I want to announce that Joe Stafford will become the new Assistant Commissioner for Academic Affairs and Research. He will begin, we hope, the first around August the 7th or 8th. Joe Stafford is well known to many of you. He was Vice President for Research and Graduate Studies at the University of Texas, San Antonio until very recently. Before that, he was employed in the University of Texas system, the University of Florida system, where he was Vice Chancellor for Planning and Budget. He also was a faculty member at various institutions, including beginning his career as a professor at MIT. And so Joe will be here, as I say, beginning the first week in August. I want to also introduce Jeff Treichel. Is he here, Jeff? There he is. Jeff joined the coordinating board in April as Director of Finance and Resource Planning. He came from the University of Texas Vaughan Growth Center, and he's worked in various finance-related capacities at UT Austin since 1988. And then our next staff member, Belinda Pettis Hernandez. Is she here? She may not have heard that we're back from lunch. In any event, she joined the Coordinating Board's Outreach Initiative team last month. She was a Rural Educational Talent Searcher, ran the Rural Educational Talent Search program at Texas State San Marcos, and she will be responsible for the lower South Texas region, which includes Brownsville up to Laredo and the 2 P16 field specialists in that area. And then a person that all of you will get to know well, Lori Frederick. Lori? She is my new administrative assistant. When you call, she's the one that you'll be in touch with. She started in the commissioner's office on Monday. She's been at the coordinating board for almost 4 years and has a broad range of administrative and professional skills, and we're delighted to have her. That's my report.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You get an A.
Our next item on the agenda is our Committee on Participation and Success. I'd like to call on its chairman, Whit Ryder. Whit.
Good afternoon. Our report will not be quite as short as the Commissioners, but it will be much shorter than Chairwoman Perman's report.
It could be some time, and it would be shorter than mine.
We've really just got 2 major items on our list. Majority are consent items, which is the good news. What I would like to do first is give a report on our committee, a very brief report, because most of this information will be covered within the body of the rest of our reports. But we did meet on June 8th for almost an entire afternoon and covered 3 or 4 areas. The first of those areas, we had a report from Tom Scott from UTSA on a study of P through 16 student-centered interventions. And this was a report that's supposed to come back and tell us what are successful P through 16 activities that have been successful around the state. And really in that report, I think we spent more time talking about the methodology. that Tom was implemented. And so we have asked Tom to come back to our committee in September and make a more detailed report in talking about those specific interventions, and hopefully he'll be ready to do it at that time. We spent the majority of our meeting really talking about the commissioner's priorities for participation success. And specifically, we talked about HB1, and we talked about what HB1 means relative to higher education, from vertical teams to the new curriculum development. This can be the responsibilities of the public education arena, but more importantly is just how we were going to get public education and higher education at the same table to talk about how we drive out HB1 on a consistent basis. And again, we're going to have an at-length presentation by Evie Hyde in just a minute on that. We also talked about the P316 field specialists. And are all the P316 field specialists here? Will you raise your hand? Will y'all stand up for us?
That's not all of them.
Well, that's not all of them. I think we've got 12 to 15 P316 field specialists, so I can't see you behind the television screen, but welcome. We're glad to have you here. I wish we would have had the chance to introduce them to the larger group of people when they were here this morning, because each of you are going to be the key to all the activities that we talked about this morning in terms of local communities. And each of you are going to be the ones who are going to be working with the business leaders, higher education, and also the public education arena to drive out our P316 initiatives. So we thank you for being here, and we hope that you learned a little bit this morning through all the presentations we heard. We also received in our meeting an update on the Student Web Tool project, and that is a project that we have been discussing about the importance of it at length. Again, we will have hopefully a new report on the Student Web project in September, but the good news is that we are working on collaboration with two other entities right now that we hope will allow the Student Web project to become a reality, at least in some stages. And again, we'll be able to announce more about that in our next meeting. We talked about financial aid, and we talked really about alternative and creative ways of funding Texas grant program. And financial aid will probably be the major topic of our committee in September, because that's when we're going to be looking at, once we've submitted our numbers for the LAR today, which we'll discuss. The key is that how do you structure that financial aid? Is it 2 years being on, Texas grant, 2 years being on time combination, or what? Those are going to be the major issues that we're going to be diving into in September. We also talked about a proposed budget for the Outreach and Success division for fiscal year 2007. Again, we did not finalize that because part of that will be driven out also by the LAR recommendations. Now to agenda item 10B, that is going to be an update on Commissioner's priorities for participation success. And where's Evie? Is she there?
And the TV.
Hi, Evie. Evie is going to give a report on HB1 and what that means to us, and hopefully for the board members who have not seen this will bring a lot of the information together that we heard this morning.
Hello, it's nice to be with you today, and also to those who saw this yesterday, the only change in this report is going to be coordinating board, not college. I think that all of you were given a copy of the second page of this presentation. It's a page that shows you the acronyms that are going to be used in the presentation. Did you all get a?
Yeah.
Okay, so that you'll be able to follow along. One of the things I think is really important is that this is only a presentation on Section 5. House Bill 1 is about 200 pages long. This is covering a very small section of it, but it is the part that deals most often with the coordinating board. Also, as you go through the presentation, anything that's in bold or in italics indicates that there's a board action that needs to take place in reference to the activities discussed. Moving on to the presentation itself, Section 501 starts with the advancement of college readiness. And it is really concerned both with establishing college readiness standards and with aligning the curriculum, particularly in K through 12, with those college readiness standards. There will be statewide vertical teams established, and their first job is to recommend approval to both the Commissioner of Education and to the coordinating board on college readiness standards and expectations. And just as our definition, and this is included in the law for college readiness standards, are those things that students should be able to know and do to be successful in entry-level courses in college. That the college readiness standards is the main focus for this board, but there are other activities mainly related to the public school curriculum, and those are listed for you there. Now, going on to the next slide, this goes into a little bit more detail about the approval process for the college readiness standards. Subsection C says that both the Commissioner of Education and this board will approve by rule the composition and duties of the vertical teams. And just to give you a brief timeline, right now we are talking to the people at TEA and to determine the wording on this, because both agencies will be adopting, of course, the same wording on this. It will be put in the Texas Register in mid-August. It will be shown to our committee, at least during the September committee meetings, and then the board will vote on it in October. Our hope is that the college readiness standards will be approved or will be presented to you for adoption in January of 2007. And there is a bit of a pressure on us to do this because, of course, you can't begin curriculum alignment until you have those college readiness standards in front of you. So we are setting a very aggressive timeline for ourselves and for you in that area. Continuing on, Section 501 also talks about the State Board of Education, and it also lays out the activities of getting all of the public school curriculum in place. By 2011, all of the vertical teams will be completing their standards and related materials in the 4 foundation areas of the public school curriculum. Those foundation areas are English language arts, mathematics, science, and social studies. And it is a vertical team, so there will be faculty from colleges and universities included on all of those committees, of course. Moving on to the next component, it is on the college credit program. By law now, all school districts must have the equivalent of at least 12 hours of college credit offered to high school students. And the word equivalent is very important here because according to TEA, the equivalent will be advanced placement courses, international baccalaureate courses, as well as dual or concurrent enrollment. TEA is coordinating with the College Board on this, and right now, staff at the coordinating board. Yeah, I have it written at the top of each of my pages. Staff at the coordinating board is reviewing our current rules and preparing any materials that we might need for the field. Moving on to the amendment on the high school programs. As I think you all know, students who enter 9th grade in 2007 are going to be required for both the recommended high school program and the distinguished achievement program to have 4 years or 4 courses each in English, science, mathematics, and social studies. And one or more of those components must include a research writing component. The thing that's important here is that many of the colleges and universities in the state are moving to the closing the gap recommendation that the recommended high school program be used for college admission by 2008. And we just have to probably remind the campuses that those standards are increasing and are going to be higher. The next section, 5.05, does say that the end-of-course assessments that TEA is developing must be created or should be created in a manner that they can be used to determine a placement for students in entry-level courses at IHEs. Now, the coordinating board staff will be reviewing those end-of-course assessments as they are developed, but that is somewhat in the future. The next part of the presentation of the legislation is a very exciting component. It's a new component, and it could have great implications for regional vertical teams as well as for attaining college readiness amongst our students. It is the new high school allotment, and most school districts and campuses must implement a program to administer a college readiness program. They will be receiving $275 per student for each student enrolled in grades 9 through 12. And until 2008, those services that they provide must be in the high school. Starting in 2008, if you are a school district or a campus that receives an exemplary rating on the new post-secondary success indicator, you can use those funds for grades 6 through 12, and you can use them strictly for curriculum alignment. So that has tremendous implications. It doesn't say that the school district has to use those funds on campus, but they might be developing innovative programs that will help students reach college readiness. One other thing to note about this, these funds are not dropout prevention funds. They're college readiness programs. And if you look at Section 508, the next section of the bill, you'll see that the legislature, in fact, even gives some opportunities for us to do that. And we're going to see that in a minute. I'm sorry, it's a couple slides on. On the College Readiness and Success Strategic Plan, we're going to be talking about this in a moment, so I will not go into the objectives. But the P16 Council, now this is a statewide P16 Council, which includes the Commissioner of Education, the Commissioner of Higher Ed, the head of Texas Workforce Commission, and the head of DARS. They will be recommending both to the Commissioner and to this board a strategic plan for college readiness and success. The State Board of Education will still retain all of its control over the curriculum, grades K through 12, but the plan again will be through P16. Turning to the next slide, not later than December 1st of each even-numbered year, and of course that's this December, a report will be due to the leaders of the legislature as well as to the governor and the lieutenant governor discussing the progress in implementing the plans. And if it's necessary, it does direct the coordinating board to adopt rules related to a P16 college readiness and success. Now we get to the program I mentioned earlier. 508 also talks about programs to enhance student success, and it directs the coordinating board to adopt rules that implement plans plan and support programs that decrease developmental education and enhance student success. Now, these can be summer bridging programs, they can be any kind of innovative program in developmental ed, financial assistance programs, but the board is required to write rules on that, and you can see how this can feed into the high school allotment program. So hopefully institutions of higher education will be working more closely with the P12 system. For the course redesign project, a very brief summary of this is that the legislature has mandated this new project to redesign entry-level courses in order to reduce the cost of these programs and to improve student learning. The coordinating board must develop criteria and work with advisory committees and nonprofits with expertise in this area to determine criteria and the rules. Moving on, the IHEs that are selected by the coordinating board will have the opportunity to review any of the 25 lower-level division academic courses. They must draw on best practices, and they also must use the instructional technology. Any institution that gets this must include in their report or in their evaluation whether or not there's any cost savings and whether or not there was any increased student success based on the program. Now we get to the sort of scary part of this. The board is required by no later than September 1st of 2006 to initiate the development of the project and to recruit IHEs to participate in the program. And as you can see, each year almost after that, you have another requirement. By 2007, the participating IHEs must be offering these revised courses. By 2009, they report back to the board about their progress, and by 2011, the coordinating board must submit a report to the legislature on the results of these programs. That's a very brief encapsulation of Section 5 of the legislation. Do you want to take questions before I go on to the next part?
Why don't you go ahead and talk about the side-by-side comparison, and then we'll take questions. And we'll talk a little bit about the meeting we had yesterday that Neil put together.
Okay. If you turn to the side-by-side, it looks like this without all the writing on it. This is really to show you that since 2000, there has been both progress and a consistency in the message of the coordinating board. If you look at the Closing the Gaps document, the very first part of it, the very first thing there, talks about creating incentives for a seamless student transition from high schools to community, technical college, and universities. This is, in a sense, another way of saying developing a college-going culture, creating some kind of college readiness standards, working in a P16 notion. You don't find any of those words in Closing the Gaps because it was such a new idea at the time. That was adopted in 2000. You'll see that in April 2006, at the same time that you were receiving the commissioner's focused agenda, the coordinating board and the Texas Education Agency were creating a plan to present to Senator Shapiro and her committee at the legislature about how they were going to proceed. And I think it's gratifying, it should be gratifying to the board that almost everything that was put in the College Readiness and Success Plan later turned out to be part of House Bill 1 and part of the strategic plan that we're required to develop for the P16 Council. Everything that's in there focuses on the creation of a college-going culture. You see the college readiness standards. There's talk about aligning exit-level assessments with entry-level assessments. There is accountability included in it, and there's also professional development for college faculty on the college readiness standards, as well as for the public school community as well. So what you should see is a continuum here of our thinking, and realize that all of these documents are really just more sophisticated versions of the ones that came before. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Debbie. I will just point out there's been a lot of comments today. Neil made a couple of comments that we did have a group in here yesterday, and Neil was the one that, thank you for assembling that, Neil, because that we had community college presidents here, we had representatives from four-year institutions, we had Association of School Administrators, we had the Texas Association of School Boards. You know, the great thing about yesterday is all the stakeholders were sitting around the table yesterday. And that's probably something that we have not seen in years, because, as Neil pointed out, that we've had a tendency to think in silos. We've thought in a public education silo and a higher education silo. And HB1, I really believe, is it's a landmark piece of legislation that is going to serve as a catalyst for providing a neutral territory for both sides to come together and to work for the best of the Texas students. And that meeting was great. I will not say any problems were solved yesterday, but there was a great dialogue starter. And I had people that stopped me after the meeting just saying, that's the dialogue we need, and we need to be able to put specific actions to those dialogues. But as we went through the same presentation yesterday, what I really was glad to hear, as opposed to everybody just listening to the presentation, there was some pushback saying, these are the challenges that we're facing, whether it's dual credit issues that we talked about yesterday. So, a lot of those problems were thrown out of the table to say, we need to work on this, and how are we going to do that? So we had a great suggestion as a result of our conversation about Laurie's efforts down in Houston about how can we bring the people who have been helped direct these successful P16s around the state, bring them into a meeting every quarter and to leverage off what they're doing in the rest of the state. So, and a lot of that was coming from our public school partners. It just wasn't coming from higher education. The other issue that I thought the commissioner did a great job on yesterday was really talking about is not just a public education issue, that there's a lot of issues on the higher education side that we've got to do a better job of. And so anyway, Neil, thank you for that, because I think it was a great start to at least begin the conversation.
I was overwhelmed by the turnout. I'll be honest with you. You don't know what's going to happen when you invite people to come to something like that, and that indicates a significant interest want to be at the table to begin with. And you're right, it was mainly dialogue, and we need to go forward from that. And the other thing is it's providing a vehicle to allow that deep dialogue. And in fact, David and Glenda and I are going to talk after the meeting today about that. But one thing and I think it is interesting to look around the table and watch that meeting evolve is how many people were taking notes. From both higher ed and public ed. It wasn't a matter of just sitting here trying to listen to somebody make a presentation. And I think the public ed folks, particularly, to be able to see the alignment of closing the gaps with House Bill 1, they've heard that term, closing the gaps. They know maybe broadly what it might mean, but to see it aligned and where it might make some difference about what happens in their school district if it were to be implemented, it was significant. And I heard a number of comments about that. One of the things, Commissioner, I don't understand, and Lynn brought this to my attention, is I'm looking at Section 501. But maybe we ought to do something different and surprise the legislature, and maybe do it quicker than they ask us to do it. Why in the world does it take 5 years to align to develop the standards material? That seems ludicrous to me.
Well, Evie actually, I can't speak to the situation in Texas because I haven't tried to do this in Texas, but we did try to do this in California, and it took every bit of 5 years. But
It really is tied to the State Board of Education has a plan of when they do the review of the curriculum in a specific discipline. They are doing, and they will be adopting, both the new curriculum and new textbooks.
Right.
And it's the textbook part that is as important because of the funding. So that's really what they are trying to align it with. 2009 is the English language arts and so on through 2011 when social studies is done.
So we have allowed the predetermined process to drive the train. And I think that the state historically in textbooks, because we buy so many of the textbooks, we drive the train in terms of textbook selection. And I think we ought to work with TEA to wait 5 years to develop this, or 4.5, or whatever it is, to take that kind of time frame. We've had a significant amount of time go by that good things ought to be happening. And I think we ought to surprise some people and do something quicker.
Well, we'll certainly try to accelerate the process as much as we could. I think this was simply a recognition of, as you say, the standard length of time it takes to get something done, but we can certainly try to push things.
And I think we need to talk to our friends, Dr. Neely and our friends on the State Board of Education and about their process, and maybe some textbook publishers. I mean, we don't need to sit here and assume and let some textbook publisher in New York drive this train. We ought to be driving this train. We're buying their books. So I think we need to get in the middle of that process.
Well, just on one thing, all the college readiness standards in all 4 of the foundation areas of the curriculum will be developed hopefully by January this year. I just want to make sure you understood.
Okay.
I mean, that was by December, we're supposed to have all the standards set out. correct? December, January.
Yes.
So it's the parts. So it's the related materials that's the drag.
Yeah, it's not taking that long to develop what, in other words, what I understand is that by January we will have defined what does college ready mean. That we
in those areas.
And so there's consensus there, and the question there is the process as to how you get there. And I agree with Neil. I think it'd be great if we could do it faster.
We need to work on that.
Well, Commissioner, will you also, just because several of the board members, I know we've got the LARs when we need to get to that, but will you just comment on the vertical teams? Because I think there's a lot of confusion by people that read in the press, who has control of curriculum, what do the vertical teams do, what does that mean from rigor, and just for the other board members.
The vertical teams are groups of faculty from all the different segments in the educational pipeline, representatives of university faculty, community college faculty, high school teachers, middle school teachers, elementary school teachers who work in disciplinary groups. Obviously, the four key groups would be English / language arts, math, science, social studies. And what they do is, once college readiness standards are established, they work backward from those standards to make sure that everything that is happening in school, grade by grade, is consistent with achieving those college readiness standards. Vertical teams not only help establish the degree of rigor that you need in the curriculum, but they also work to provide professional development for teachers so that they can teach up to appropriate levels of rigor. For example, if one of in English language arts, if it's necessary to make certain that students can understand figurative language and can distinguish between irony and some other literary device that you want students to be able to distinguish between causation and correlation. These are skills that oftentimes teachers are not familiar with. And so consequently, the vertical teams develop activities for the teachers at the appropriate grade levels to make sure that they're teaching at the given level of rigor. They've worked successfully in other parts of the country. They involve a significant amount of time. We mentioned yesterday to the representatives from higher education that they had to make sure that faculty in colleges and universities were provided the opportunity and were rewarded for participating in this kind of activity. And there was a recognition that this is going to require a higher level of cooperation, as Neil said a moment ago, and Whit said as well, between public education and higher education than has previously been the case.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Whit, a couple things. One is that there was not a member of the State Board of Education at the meeting yesterday, and there was someone from TEA, but that's not the same thing. Right. And I would like to request that the minutes of the meeting be sent to State Board of Education members, as well as the boards of TASA and TASB, and all coordinating board members, so that we can all, look at this with the same eyes and the same vision. Secondly, under the focused goals, one of the things happens to be legislative recommendations, and the Greater Houston Partnership 2 years ago invited me to their Educational Workforce Committee meeting as they were developing their agenda, their legislative agenda in particular specific to education, and they asked me again this year, and I've invited Laura Weber and Mark Ceferio to join me, and I would like to encourage my colleagues to do the same in your communities with the school districts and with the other communities of interest that might have legislative agendas, so that we can kind of all speak with the same voice, maybe have some economy of scale or some power united with us for some of the same agenda items that we might all be interested in.
correct.
Well, I would hope that would come out of this group that met yesterday as well.
I think so, yeah.
And that's one of the things that I've got on my list is that if higher ed and public ed can go to the legislature with one voice on some of these issues, that we're going to be a far greater force over there than otherwise. And I think that's what the leadership's looking for us to do.
And if we can take it one step further and look at the House bill and look at how the money or efforts might be tied to each of the pieces of the House bill, each of the issues, then maybe we can, with TEA and us together, make those points to the legislature.
That's a great point. Go with one voice.
Well, the superintendents of the state, as well as the school board members, have a great deal of influence upon members in terms of what happens in their school districts and their areas. And so, if we can get them marching with us in terms of funding some of these issues that need to be funded, then I think we'll be successful. Increase our ability to be successful.
Other comments?
I have one question. And I was able to be present yesterday. I thought it was fabulous that the coordinating board took the lead on this. But when the legislation directs coordinating board, State Board of Education, TEA, who's the lead dog? I mean, in all these areas, I mean, are we going to be able to, I mean, who is? I mean, who's going to set up vertical teams and do all these things? I mean, do we defer to you because you're at the top of the P16, or, I mean... No.
It's going to involve very close cooperation between TEA and the coordinating board staffs on some of these issues. Obviously, as we start talking about the impact on the curriculum directly, we have to involve the state school board, but it's going to be a very close, intimate relationship between the staffs of the two agencies.
And I think the thing I am encouraged about is that we do have to provide a report every year to the Speaker and the Governor, the Lieutenant Governor, as to the progress that we're making on this piece of legislation. So it's not like where nobody has ownership. Everybody's got to take ownership because of hopefully accountability is what I hope.
Yes.
So, great question. Thanks so much. And I will say one thing about this, and Lynn brought this up. You know, we've talked about a roadmap and participation and success for the years since Lynn's been over here. I think we've got a roadmap. So this is our roadmap for the indefinite future, which I'm encouraged about. That was just a report. We are not required to vote on that, but it's again extremely important piece of information for this board, and really will focus our participation success efforts going forward. Debbie, thank you. Got away from you. Agenda item 10C is consideration of the report on financial aid for college students in Texas, and this is for the fiscal year 2005. And Lois is going to give a brief update on that. And again, this is really important. Hopefully, all of you had a chance to read this, because I think make us all understand the challenge that we have facing us in the state. So as we roll into discussion of the LAR, that's going to probably be one of the major topics we discuss.
Good afternoon. Before I get started and give you a brief overview of the report, what I'd like to do is thank an intern we had that helped us reformat and really kind of revitalize our report. Matt Oram, is he here? You met him earlier in the commissioner's graduate student presentation. He was our intern, and he did a great job, I think, in helping us reformat this, and we appreciate it. So thank you. Okay. What I want to do is give you a brief overview of this report, and in doing so, I'm going to talk about 3 different types of financial aid. I'm going to talk about gift aid, which is grants and money that doesn't have to be repaid, work study, which is part-time employment that's subsidized in part by either the federal government or the state government, and then loans, which obviously have to be repaid. Okay, first slide. Next slide. All right. The good news is over 572,000 students received $4.46 billion in financial aid for 2005. 40% of that was in the form of gift aid, 1% was work study, and the remaining 59% was in the form of loans. Next slide. Okay, when you break this down by sources of funds, as far as who gave the money, was it federal money, state money, or was it some other type of money? 77% of the funds that went to students was federal funds. 11% was state funds, and 12% was other. And in that other category, we're talking about aid that the student brought to the institution with them. We're talking about institutional aid and also alternative non-federal loans. One thing I want to point out about this, there was an increase to the federal amount of $300 million from 2004 to 2005. 81% of that increase was in the form of loans. Next slide. A new section that we've got in the report is a section on Texas Grant. And what this slide shows is the number of students awarded Texas Grant by year, and the different color sections are income levels. And what you see is this huge increase up to 2003, which is a peak, and that's the last time Texas Grant was fully funded. And then it starts to drop off. And what we've noticed is, Texas Grant, or the state has made a commitment to Texas Grant recipients to keep them in the program as long as they meet the program satisfactory academic progress requirements. So what you see is a decline in the number of higher income students, and also a little bit of a decline in the lowest income number of students, which is troubling. But the group that's really growing is the 10,000 to 40,000. $20,000 to $40,000 income group. So those are the students who, I guess we are doing a better job of getting those students into school and getting them Texas Grant. Next. When you look at ethnicity, the ethnic breakdown of the Texas Grant, it's doing a really good job. When you compare it to enrollment in higher education, minority students look great. African American students made up 11% of the students in higher education, and they received 14% of the funds of Texas Grant. If you look at Hispanic students, they made up 21% of the fall 2004 enrollment, and they received 46% of the funds. So we are having the kind of impact that we want to have on minority students. Next slide. Okay, and not to beat a dead horse that everybody talked about yesterday, but when you look at constant funding for Texas Grant, which is that red kind of bloody looking thing that's siphoning out, that's the constant funding. So as you look at constant funding, on the left-hand side are the number of students. You see the number of students going down. The blue lines going up are full funding. Additional students that would be, additional funds that would be required with full funding. And really what happens if you keep Texas Grant constant, you're going to lose 6,000 students that you could have served by 2010. Increasing it, you will gain an additional 105,000 students. Okay, next slide. Okay, another important issue that we talk about a lot are grants versus loans, and we've looked at this over a 5-year trend for the state and for the and for federal aid. And if you look at the state, what you see is from 2002 through 2003, for those 2 years where Texas Grant was really fully funded, that the ratio was really good. We had 41.3% of the aid, when you compare gift aid, grant aid to loan aid, 41% of that was gift aid. As the funding stayed steady and didn't serve as many students, what you see is a drop in 2004 to 2005 of 37% gift aid and a much higher amount of loan aid. Nationally, which is the next slide, the trends are similar, but you see that the match to gift aid to loan aid is much closer than it is for the state. But there has been a decrease. It started out in 2001 with 48.3% being gift aid, and it ended up in 2005 with 42.8% being gift aid. So, Texas is following the same as the rest of the nation. It's the amount of gift aid, or the percentage of gift aid, is decreasing. Okay. This next slide is something that you've seen in many different forms. This is from the College Board, not Coordinating Board, but College Board's publication on trends in higher education, and this shows the earning power of different types of degrees. And I like this one because what it does is the yellow line is the net earning power before taxes. The blue line there are the taxes, both state, federal, local taxes that someone in that income bracket pays. And what it shows is, what everybody knows is the more you learn, the more you earn. And it's important with closing the gaps. So just to point that out one more time. And let me just conclude with a few remarks. When the state passed the legislation laid out in House Bill 1, the future of Texas students is better prepared to academically enter. When the state laid out House Bill 1, Texas students should be better prepared to academically enter higher education than ever before. Closing the gaps has set out clear goals to the state to improve participation in higher education. The fulfillment of those goals has the potential of ensuring a bright future for the people of Texas. However, most of the state's future college-ready students will come from families with low to moderate incomes and no history of participation in higher education. Providing them adequate financial aid will be the single most important action the state can take now to benefit those families and achieve the goals in closing the gaps. While the $4.46 billion in student financial aid awarded in Texas in 2005 creates the illusion that there's adequate assistance for higher education, most of this was acquired by students taking out loans. And for low-income families, that may be something that's not sustainable. Lessening the higher education financial burden of the neediest families through the investment in need-based grant programs can help students afford a college education and act as a symbol of the state's commitment to higher education for all Texans. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you all might have.
Any questions for Lois at all? Each of you should have received a detailed report which would have had a lot more specific data in it. And Lois, I think we need to have a vote to adopt this report, are we not?
We are, and what I'd like to do is recommend, what the staff recommends is that you adopt this report with the changes that were indicated in the yellow sheet that you have.
Okay. Could I have a motion? Bricker, a second. Thank you. Ms. Mendoza. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed indicate by nay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lois. Appreciate it. We do have about 12 more items, 10D through 10O, but they're all on the consent calendar. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes today's business. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, we have all of our field specialists in the audience now, so if you wouldn't mind letting them just stand up.
Great point.
We missed about 16 of you a while ago. Will our field specialists stand up?
All right.
There they are. These are the people that have been filled our outreach area. Thank you so much. We're glad y'all are here today.
Thank you, Glenda. Well, certainly last but not least, we're going to talk about money. What I'd like to do is we've got a few items that I think we can handle rather quickly. I'd like to go to those, get those out of the way. And then the other thing is that our budget for 07 really is critical in talking about the LAR. So kind of we talked about them together yesterday, and so I kind of want to use that same approach. Before that, though, I want to thank not only the Agency Operations Committee, but also everybody else on the board that was able to be in attendance yesterday. We've vetted this for more than one meeting. We had a very long meeting back in July, and then another meeting yesterday. It was a fairly long meeting. So let me go ahead and take care of the couple of items, and I've got a couple of other comments to make, and then I'm going to let the commissioner give his overview of his recommendation on both the 07 budget and the LAR for 08 and 09. The first item really that I'd like to take up, which is one for final consideration, which is a board rule.
Administrative expenses.
One thing about getting yourself out of order is you can't even find it yourself.
You need Mr. Farrington here to help you.
Yeah, I think I do. This is item, for those of y'all who are interested in following this in your agenda, is actually item F, consideration of adoption of new section 1.16 of board rules concerning contracts for material and services. Like I said, this is for final reading. We've already discussed this once. Did the chair have a motion on this? Motion made by Mr. Adams, and a second by Mr. Foster. Any discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The same sign, motion carries. The next item on the agenda is item G, termination of a contract between the coordinating board and Sierra. Mr. Hinton.
Okay, as a follow-up to that termination that we discussed yesterday in our operation meeting, Mr. Chairman, we have three motions that I would like to put forth, three resolutions. The first one is item H, consideration of selection of external auditors. And the motion, we discussed this yesterday, as you will remember, that I would like to move that the board authorize the Commissioner of Higher Education to contract with KPMG LLP to conduct the loan program, agency-wide financial audits, and contract with Deloitte & Touche LLP to conduct the loan program and agency-wide management control audits. Those are the resolutions and the recommendation to move.
All right, for the record, we're talking about agenda item H. There's a motion on the floor.
Yes.
May I have a second to that? Seconded by Curtis Ransom.
I want to be sure. I'm sure the way it's written, it wasn't sure he got the wording right.
Okay.
I think the KPMG is for the financial audit, and Deloitte Touche is for the loan. And
That's what he said.
Okay.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
That's the way you read it, Mr. Hinton?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions?
I'm sorry.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Now back to G, which is ratification of the termination of contract between the coordinating board and Sierra.
Yes, the ratification. Yes. Have a motion to accept that as it was presented yesterday in our operations meeting.
Okay.
And that contract has been canceled by letter by the commissioner to Sierra, and now we need to ratify that today with the board.
Okay.
And I would move that we ratify that.
Ratify the commissioner's letter notifying Sierra of the termination of that contract. Okay, is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Mr. Adams. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Item number I, we're going to table that item on our investment policy. Our bond counsel and financial advisor are still working on that. And after talking to them in our agency operation committee yesterday, it was obvious they were not ready to bring that to the board. So the chair would entertain a motion to table that officially. Motion made by Lorraine Perryman, seconded by Whit Ryder. Any discussion on that item? Obviously, we can't have any discussion on that item. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Let's see. Commissioner item number J, do you have any? It's been a long day, folks. And it ain't over yet. Okay, good. He doesn't have any. Now, let's go back. Let me set the stage here. As I mentioned earlier, Agency Ops Committee and a number of the other board members that were able to be here yesterday as worked, I think, long and hard on the LAR. There have been many questions that have been asked. Certainly anybody that has any further questions, we're more than happy to entertain them today. I think you will see in the Commissioner's overview of the budget that we come down to one key issue. We have stuck to the spirit of what's been requested of us, and that is to look at a budget of 90% of our 07 budget for 08 and 09. So we've had to make some cuts. But one of the things that we've done, and we were definitely encouraged to do this, is to add a priority list back under exceptional items that we feel like are important to be added back in to our budget if funds are available. So that's a little bit of the overview. Commissioner, I'd like to give you a couple of minutes or more if you would like to give us your overview, and then we'll discuss it.
Yes. Well, I will do the short version of my presentation yesterday to the agency operations meeting and give you a very broad overview of our budget proposals to the board. If you have questions, I'm sure you will afterward, then Terry Flack and Ken Vickers and I will be happy to try to answer them. As you know, the key factor in preparing our LAR for the upcoming biennium is the directive from the LBB, the Legislative Budget Board, and the Governor's Office to submit a funding request that is 90% of the base of general revenue-related funding for the previous biennium. That means that we have to cut over $77 million from a $775 million budget to achieve a number of not quite $698 million. In preparing the budget for the board's consideration, the staff's basic principle was to make targeted cuts, not across the board 10% cuts, but rather cuts that would preserve our most important activities and strategies and cut into activities that were not as important nor as successful. If you look at your worksheet number 6, you'll see those strategies that vary from the 10% cut. You have in your materials various worksheets that describe our approach and recommendations, and I'd like to emphasize just a couple of issues. In our operating budget, we are recommending an across-the-board cut of 10% overall. These cuts will include reductions in staff as well as salary savings from retiring employees. Now, let me give you several examples of how we implemented these differential cuts. Reluctantly, we looked at this very closely, particularly in light of some of the things that you heard this morning about the advanced research program. We wanted to hold that program at 100%, but we found that we were unable to, so we cut it not 10%, but 6% to 94%, and we're recommending an exceptional item to increase funding almost tenfold to $75 million. We held a highly successful joint admissions medical program about which you heard this morning at 100%, and in fact recommend an exceptional item to supplement this program for a total of $6 million. We're also recommending that a similar approach to the nursing shortage reduction program at 100%, which is highly successful in helping to address the nursing shortage in Texas. Now let me mention some budget recommendations that the staff has developed that we cut more than 10%. For example, if you look at Goal E, and its reference to community colleges, I'm talking particularly about item E.1.3 and E.1.4. You'll look at these two items, and for reasons that I don't need to get into, community colleges have been able to access only a portion of funds available for dramatic enrollment growth. Consequently, we are recommending a cut of 66.4% to level its commensurate with the use of the funding. Similarly, community colleges have been using only a portion of funds allocated for new campuses, and we are recommending a cut to levels, once again, to reflect the actual use of funds in this strategy. We are recommending further that some of the funds from these two strategies be transferred to the Texas Educational Opportunity Grant Program, which funds students in community colleges, to the Joint Admission Medical Program, once again, which you've heard about, the Professional Nursing Shortage Act Program, and to the Advanced Research Program. Now let me turn to the most difficult part of our recommendations. And those have to do with financial aid. This was the hardest decision for us to make. We know that this goal includes the largest amount of appropriations in our entire budget, and it targets all students. The Student Financial Aid Strategy and the Tuition Equalization Grant Strategy comprise 79% of our entire general revenue budget. To achieve the 90% funding level, over $56 million needs to be cut, and so there are no easy choices. We looked at the relative parity between the two programs. Currently, the funding level for TEG equals approximately 61% of what full funding is estimated to be. Texas Grant, on the other hand, is approximately 51%. We also looked at what the impact would be if we cut 10% from each program. The percentage of full funding that would be covered drops to 55% for TEG and 46% for Texas Grant. So in light of all these facts, we decided that it made sense to try to achieve a level of parity. So we're recommending that the TEG strategy be reduced by $56 million. This means that the funding level for TEG would equal approximately 51.7% of full funding, and the funding level for Texas Grant would be approximately 51% of full funding. We have requested an exceptional item to restore the TEG strategy to 100% and have ranked it as one of our top 3 priorities. There are other, I've mentioned several of the exceptional items already. The top 10 include, our top 10 exceptional items include student financial aid, research, and health programs. The health programs that are in our top 10 list are at risk of closing if we don't improve funding, and all these programs are related to primary care, and our data show that residents generally tend to practice where they take their residencies. The Physicians Educational Loan Repayment Program repays a loan of doctors who serve in medically underserved areas of the state or for state health facilities. Those are some of the items in our exceptional list. We've got several new strategies that you'll notice. There's several items that you will recognize from the formula recommendations. These are items that you have recommended yourselves. We put them into the LAR to provide a mechanism for providing the funding. This includes small community college supplements, costs related to Contrita, and increasing the number of underrepresented students in health-related institutions. Worksheet number 5 summarizes the entire request and includes the recommendations for general revenue-related funds and the other funds appropriated to the coordinating board. As you can see, this is not an insignificant request. The total request is for $1.4 billion, of which $697.7 million is base general revenue funding, $185 million is other funds, and $523.9 million is in exceptional items. This is a very ambitious budget, of course, but we believe it represents accurately what we need to do to move forward aggressively towards achieving the goals of closing the gaps.
Commissioner, thank you for your overview. Let me just explain to the board. There were a few items that were left unanswered in the committee's mind. We did not take a vote on this. We certainly asked Carol McDonald, who represents ICUT, to come and speak to us yesterday, which Carol did. We also looked at some other ratios and numbers and requested Carol to get with our staff to deal with that. As Raymond had mentioned, and I can't express clearly enough, none of these are fun decisions to have to make by any stretch of the imagination, but we are dealing with them. One of the other issues and I believe I read the committee right yesterday, is in the exceptional items in the three rankings that Raymond referred to, we had student financial aid first, advanced research program second, and TEG's third. I believe that it's probably the will of the committee, and Mr. Adams, I'll call on you in just a second to speak to that, of maybe changing those orders. Before we do that, though, and probably the guy that ought to be up here running through the numbers anyway, I'd like to call on Paul Foster. Paul, if you wouldn't mind briefing us or giving us a little overview on the information that you just received from the staff today, where we asked them to play with reducing by various amounts TEGs and student financial aid.
Right.
Okay. Does everybody have a copy of that sheet?
We do. Okay. Yeah, yesterday during the Operations Committee meeting, we did ask staff to give us some other scenarios. The recommendation from Raymond and his staff was that we fund the student financial aid or Texas grants line at 100%, 100.5. Right. And that kind of left the gap going to tuition equalization grants, and left that at 73.3%. So what we asked staff to do is, if those were a little bit different ratios, what would the numbers look like? And they gave us three other scenarios. One, dropping Texas grants to 90%, one dropping it only to 95%, and one at 97.5%. And in my opinion, and with all due respect to the commissioner, and there are a few people I have more respect for, so I mean that sincerely, this is one area out of this myriad of line items in the budget that I take exception to. I think that we have as much responsibility to assist students that are attending private schools as we do to assist students that are attending public schools, and I know that there is some disagreement on the board about that, but that's just my opinion. And cutting the overall budget by 10% is a challenge. It's not fun, as you've been talking about, and it requires tough decisions, and the money has to come out somewhere, and I recognize that. But I think to leave Texas grants at 100%, or actually over 100%, and to take that big of a cut out of TEG, it just seems too extreme. And after having seen the numbers today, and granted we haven't seen them for that long, had another discussion with Neil, and I think he's talked to a couple of others, and what I would like to recommend is that we drop the Texas grant amount to 95%, and that would leave the TEG funding at 81.2%, and that's just a bit of a compromise in between. Still doesn't get anybody to where they would like to be, and I highly and strongly recommend and support our efforts to leave the remainder of both line items on the exception items list.
As a 1 and 2?
Right.
Okay. Mr. Adams, you have a comment?
No, I think Paul articulated it well. And as the commissioner has said, this is you're trying to pick between two major pluses for kids, and trying to choose between. It's like choosing between my two daughters, in effect, and that's not easy. And sometimes you have to make some of those priority selections about who gets what. But I think this is what Paul has espoused there is a fair approach. I think we the public institutions and the private institutions are sharing some of that load, but I like Paul, and I think we all agree is that that needs to be 1 and 2 exceptional items, and we need to go jointly together with Carol and her group as we lobby the legislature that if we're going to close the gaps, we got to have this money. It's just not going to happen if you don't fund Texas grants and TEG, then you are significantly impacting the strategy of this. This is not only the strategy of this organization, but it's been the strategy and adopted strategy of the leadership of the state. And if we're going to meet that demand, then we've got to fund it. So I would support what Paul is suggesting. And
Neil, we've had so many numbers run through our head the last couple of days. I want to make a stab at this, but I think it's important to note in both of these areas where we stand, even with these recommendations as it relates to funding 100% of these need-based scholarships. If we do that, student financial aid is where, around 70%?
Yes.
Okay, and then TEGs is where?
It would be close to, it would be 72%, would it not?
My point is, it's just round number. We're not there. We've still got a long way to go in terms of the funding, and I guess the really scary thing to me is that if we start really closing in on closing the gaps and we get close to that 630,000, we're just adding more numbers to this. Obviously, people can remain eligible. We're not talking about just a one-year scholarship here. You've got old folks that remain in the system as we add new ones. Anyway, my whole point is this doesn't get us in either programs where we want to go. Does anybody else have any questions or comments about this and the essence of where we think we are in the budget?
Mr. Chairman, one thing we talked about yesterday, and this office is not coming forward with a recommendation from agency operations because of getting numbers today, but the other issue was that this is due on the 28th of July, and that the board give you and I the authority to tweak this between now and the 28th and adopt it in substance, but there may be some additional areas where we need to tweak from here. We're not going to change the priorities that you established today, but at least give us some authority to work with the staff if we do need to make some last-minute changes.
Yeah, Neil, that's a good point, because the other part of this, and we talked about it yesterday, Terry was literally receiving phone calls from the OBB adjusting the numbers that we could use in our baseline. We had to react to that.
It'd be that kind of reaction.
So it'd be that kind of reaction that I think we're talking about prior to having to turn this in on the 28th. And as Neil mentioned, we certainly would not change any priorities that the committee or board would act upon today. So are there any other further questions, Lynn?
I have one question. I know we were told this yesterday, but if whomever on the staff could go through it again. Could you go through these new percentages and tell us how that impacts the number of new students we can fund? $7 million entering first years.
Yes, ma'am. I can give you rough estimates.
Yeah, here's Terry right here.
Really rough estimates, but yes, at the 95% funding level for Texas grant. Did we go in, Lois? Did we go into the future? We didn't go 08, 09, did we? We didn't have time. So I apologize. This year we funded 9,700 new students. Next year, we estimate we can fund 15,000. This is essentially at 100%. So it will be something less than that, and I'm not sure what. Lois, do you have?
I've got it. That's at full. That's at 100%.
That's at 100%.
That's at 100%. So the 95% level, and we can certainly have those numbers tomorrow. The model was such that running through it really fast was going to result in numbers that I wasn't sure that we could rely on.
10% less, wouldn't it?
We've got the dollars, and those certainly aren't going to change. What we do need, I think, it would be helpful if we could get those numbers emailed out on number of students impacted, because as we've said all along, this is the first step in a long process of this ultimately becoming the budget for the biennium. So it'll be helpful to have those numbers.
And I think, Neil, it'd be also helpful to have the total need identified for us, too. I think we kind of did some rough back-of-the-envelope numbers yesterday, and we came up with $600 million on Texas grant.
Louis, I think it would be helpful if we had a page on. That's a good point, Whit, because we're going to become the advocates for those exceptional areas, and we need to have the data, the ammunition to be the good advocates for those positions. I think one is how to establish need, and Texas grants and TEG is different. We need an explanation of that, and then of course the number of students impacted by the 95, and then now we're talking about 81.2% for TEG.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Lois, are the standards for TEGs and Texas grants the same in terms of grade point average? And
as far as continuing in the program, yes, they're identical.
They weren't at one time.
Right, last legislative session.
Yeah, that got changed.
We have a reduction of 56 now.
Crazy.
Any other questions on either one of these items? I'd like to take them then apart. First would be the consideration and approval of the coordinating board's budget for fiscal FY07.
Mr. Shepherd?
Yes.
Do you want to go ahead and vote on giving you and Mr. Adams the authority to approve the LAR? Or are you going to?
Yeah, we can get that. I was just going to go as we have it on the script, and
it can't get off the script.
I've already been reminded of two other items to deal with. Yeah, let me take the budget for FY07 first. The Chair would entertain a motion for the approval of the FY07 budget. Anybody want to make that? Nancy Neal makes the motion. Is there a second?
Can I just clarify? Does that?
Yes, sir.
No. Is that as stated, or does that get changed?
No, the FY07 is as stated.
As stated.
And Paul, what we're dealing with the two items that we're talking about changing is 08 and 09.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I could clarify, we pointed out 5 items that are that we needed to update in the budget that because as a result of the LBB and the discussions with TEA.
That was the extra handout yesterday.
Yeah, that was the handout yesterday.
Right, and so I just want to make sure it's as amended.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, as amended, Nancy.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Paul Foster. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, now to the LAR itself. Mr. Adams?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the LAR as presented and recommended by the staff with 2 exceptions, that we move TEG up to a number 2 priority right behind Texas grants in the priority list on exceptional items, and that we adjust the funding levels on Texas grants to 95% and TEG to 81.2%, and that you and I, as chair and vice chair of the board, be given the authority between now and the time the LAR is submitted to LBEB to amend that if we get other contacts from LBB that we need to adjust something. We wouldn't be having the authority to change anything in substance or in priority. It's mainly to react to something that happens after the board meeting today.
Just as a matter of clarification, then, we're talking about moving exceptional item B 1.1 to priority number 2.
Correct.
And priority number C.1.1 to priority 3.
Correct.
Okay. And then on the numbers, did you state the actual numbers?
Yes, Texas grants would be 95%, which means that we would have a shortfall over carrying forward current funding of $18,287,000 plus, which would, and then TEG would be 81.2%, which their shortfall would be $39,920,000 plus.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Those have to be together.
Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Laurie Bricker. Any further discussion, Lynn?
I just wonder if we could separate those into two different motions.
Sure. You mind what, giving us authority to act on behalf of the board? Is that, or are you talking about the priorities?
Just the priorities list, the amount, and giving you all the authority. Should there be three different motions?
Three different motions?
Well, I mean, I want to vote for some and against some.
Let me withdraw my motion, and I will state it differently.
Okay.
I move that we, the first thing would be, I move to amend the ALR recommendation, the staff recommendation, to move B111 up to number 2 priority, and I don't remember what the reference was on number.
It's C 1.1.
Okay, all right. Move it to the 3rd priority, and to set the funding.
Well, that's one.
That's
your motion.
Is that one motion? Okay, that's my motion.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor and a second by Laurie Bricker. Any further discussion on that motion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Mr. Adams?
Okay, my second motion would be to amend the ALR to the staff recommendation, setting Texas grants at 95% funding and TEG at 81.2% funding.
Second. Okay, so that, what you've stated in your motion is a little bit different than is on this sheet.
No, it's exactly what's on the sheet.
Is it? Okay, what I'm reading.
You're looking at the same sheet I'm looking at.
Well, that's what I want to make sure of when you mention.
The actual, I believe the actual percentage is 81.1%.
It's 81.1 and 95.8 on the sheet I'm looking at.
You have a different sheet.
That's different than a handout.
And let me explain it. The proposed level of funding includes those other programs, work study, TEOG, and those we are holding at 100% of funding. So it's only Texas grant that is being reduced to 95%, and which I believe is what we discussed yesterday. And the actual percentage for TEG is 81.1. The caption just didn't get changed. So but the Texas grant is 95%.
95% even. Okay.
TEG is 81.1.
Yes, sir.
And then that's my motion.
Okay. And this is on LAR worksheet number 7, Terry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. B1.1 and B1.11?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Paul Foster. Any further discussion on that issue? Paul? Lynn?
I want to speak to it.
Okay. Sure.
Well, this is agonizing, but I'm afraid that I'm going to vote against this because I think more students might be affected this way than with 100% of Texas grant funded, and because the staff recommended it. And 4 of the proudest years of my life were serving on the faculty of Rice University, so I love you private schools, but I feel strongly that more students might be affected. We don't know that, but that's how I'm going to vote.
Okay, and you're perfectly entitled to your opinion. Any other comments on this? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, now
there's a third motion.
There's a third motion.
Then I move
if you want to make it.
I move that we approve the LAR in its amended form, as well as giving authority to you and I as chair and vice chair to make any modifications that might be required on things that might come up that we after the meeting before we submit it to LBB.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor, seconded by Lynn Phillips. Any discussion on that? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. I will tell you that we will get that information to you prior to us submitting this, no matter what it is, and at least let you have an opportunity to have a comment on it. Neil and I both appreciate that, obviously, and unfortunately, because of the time frame, we feel like it's necessary. There are a couple of other items that Jan has reminded me of that we need to handle. Joe, one of them is since we have terminated the Sierra contract, it's the approval of the option that the Agency Operations Committee made yesterday on the loan program system migration project.
Yes, sir, that's right. That's 11L, I believe, and that's consideration of options regarding the loan program systems migration report is the way it was titled. And I would recommend a motion for approval of options regarding going forward with the loan program system migration project.
All right, sir.
Need a motion?
There's a motion on the floor, seconded by Mr. Adams.
And Mr. Hinton, this saves us how much money?
I'm sorry?
This saves us how much money versus what we were going to do?
Well, I believe that when we got through with the financials that we paid for this and that we also had $1.2 million or $1.3 million left over from the original appropriation.
Any further discussion on this item? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The next item?
The next item, I believe, was 11M, which is consideration of recommendation to the board for approval of contract with vendors regarding the loan program system migration project. And in that regard, I would move approval for contracting with Charter Account Systems for commercial off-the-shelf software for loan program migration projects and approval of the cost not to exceed $1,341,000 in fiscal year 2007 for the initial implementation with an annual cost of approximately $505,000 and a contingency account amount of 10% or $134,100.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second to that? Seconded by Lynn Phillips. Any further discussion on that item? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Obviously, I want to announce in that regard, Joe, thank you for serving as chair of that committee. And obviously, as I had mentioned in the agency op meeting, I want that committee to continue to serve in an oversight capacity on that project.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Let's see. Is that everything on that item? Okay. One announcement I would like to make. One of our longtime employees will be leaving us at the end of the month and is retiring at the end of July, and that's our attorney, Jan Greenberg. Jan, thank you very much for your many years of service, and we wish you the very best. Always at this point in the meeting, we talk about what we talked about concerning closing the gaps. And as Mr. Adams so succinctly pointed out to me, everything we did today was talking about closing the gaps. So if there's no further discussion about closing the gaps, the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion made by Laurie Bricker, seconded by Nancy Neal. All in favor? Aye. Opposed, same sign. Thank you all very much.